This page features the front cover of Weekly Famitsu. The cover prominently displays a stylized image of a woman and highlights several major game titles. The large text at the top is the magazine's title, Famitsu. Featured games include a complete strategy guide for Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, news and features on Legend of Mana, Super Robot Wars 64, and an urgent report on Star Wars, Episode 1. Other games mentioned for strategy or features are Jikyo Powerful Pro Yakyu 99 Kaimakuban, a baseball game, Front Mission 3, and Fire Emblem, Thracia 776. The magazine also teases a feature on the top 100 games of the first half of 1999, asking, which software sold well? There's a small cartoon fox character and information about the magazine being the #1 weekly game magazine. The date, August 6, 1999, and the price, 330 yen. The cover sets expectations for detailed guides and news on popular titles of the era. This page serves as a dramatic splash page, dominated by large black Japanese characters. The text reads, quote, Wazatatsu, which translates roughly to Skill Masters, with the prominent Konami logo in the corner, and the background featuring a fiery, dynamic stage scene with a guitar visible. This page is clearly an introduction or feature for the Konami rhythm game series, Guitar Freaks. The visual style emphasizes the intense and skillful nature of the game, setting a powerful tone without needing detailed text or screenshots. This page is a full-page advertisement for Konami's rhythm game, Guitar Freaks. Building on the Skillmasters theme from the previous page, it showcases the game with a dynamic visual featuring a burning stage, spotlights, and band members performing. The large, bold Guitar Freaks logo dominates the center, with a fiery guitar graphic integrated into the title. The Bimani series logo is visible at the top. The advertisement prominently states that the game will be $7.29 on sale. It confirms it's the fourth title in the Bimani series for the PlayStation. Key features highlighted include a practice mode, an edit function allowing players to customize things, an expansion of the game's world through internet ranking and link functions, suggesting online or network capabilities were a big deal at the time. The price for the game is listed as 5,800 yen, with details about a dedicated Guitar Freaks controller, priced at 5,980 yen, excluding tax, being compatible. This page effectively serves as the main reveal and sales pitch following the initial series introduction. This page features a layout resembling a collection of Polaroid photos documenting a special event. The photos show a Western man, identified in the text as Alfred Zamp, the director of the game Siphon Filter, interacting with individuals dressed in traditional Japanese attire, such as geishas or performers. The photos appear to capture moments from a promotional visit to Japan for the game. The accompanying text is written like a personal report or diary entry, recounting Zamp's visit and the excitement surrounding the upcoming release of Siphon Filter. The author expresses high expectations for the game, praising its perceived depth and visual quality, comparing it to DVD standards. The article highlights Zamp's activities during his visit, including photo sessions and interactions with the Japanese staff and press. It also mentions the game's Japanese title, which is simply Siphon Filter, its scheduled release date of August 5th, and the price of 5,800 yen excluding tax. The page concludes by listing the game's official website URL and the publisher, Spike. This page continues the visual story of Siphon Filter director Alfred Zamp's visit to Japan for the game's promotion, presented as a series of candid Polaroid-style snapshots. The photos capture various moments from his trip, showing him interacting with individuals dressed in traditional Japanese attire, seemingly performers or hostesses, in different settings like streets, indoor rooms, and even near a van. The handwritten captions on the photos offer glimpses into the day's events and mood. They include playful notes like, "Find Mr. Al," followed by, "Mr. Al discovered," sound effects suggesting excitement or surprise, and a line about receiving good news for Mr. Alfred. There's also a photo captioned, "Splendid Zanmai," possibly a highlight or theme of the event. The day concludes with a photo near a van captioned, "Came to eat ramen," suggesting a more relaxed moment during the busy schedule. The collection of photos creates a personal, almost diary-like feel, documenting the human side of the promotional visit and highlighting the fun and engagement experienced by the Siphon Filter director and the Japanese team. It's a charming look behind the scenes of how a Western game is brought to the Japanese market, emphasizing the cultural exchange and personal connections made. This page is an advertisement for Carnage Heart 2, a dramatic SF simulation game for PlayStation. It features artwork of a mech and multiple small screenshots showcasing strategic gameplay and robotic units. The ad highlights commanding unmanned weapons called Oaks in battle. This page is the contents page for Weekly Famitsu, dated August 6, 1999. It features a futuristic-looking model alongside the magazine's logo and the table of contents. The main features highlight strategic guides, including continuing coverage of Super Robot Wars 64 and secrets about RoboGear. Major strategy guides cover the action RPG Legend of Mana, providing a complete walkthrough of 6 lands including Zeiss and Vulcan, and Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, with a detailed strategy for chapters 8 and 9. Special reports delve into Fire Emblems. Thracia 776, introducing protagonists, new characters, and revealing story and map details for the first 5 chapters. There's also coverage of Front Mission 3 focusing on new characters, and a report on D's Diner 2 discussing monsters and view systems. The rest of the page lists the regular columns and game coverage, including sections like Famitsu Express, reviews of new games, reader feedback, and ongoing columns dedicated to various game series and topics. A game index lists all the titles featured in this issue, such as Dino Crisis, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Star Wars Episode in The Phantom Menace, and many others, along with their page numbers. There are also dedicated sections for comics and various columns. This page highlights the top-selling games in Japan for the first half of 1999. The article discusses the sales trends, noting that only Final Fantasy Version 2 I managed to break the million-unit mark during this period, a decrease compared to the previous year. It also points out the overwhelming presence of PlayStation titles in the top 100 list. The top 5 are prominently featured, claiming the top spot is Final Fantasy Version 2 I on PlayStation, a monumental RPG, with a screenshot showing characters in battle. It sold over 3.47 million units. In second place is Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64, the groundbreaking fighting game featuring Nintendo characters, shown with a chaotic battle scene. It sold over 970,000 units. Third is Dance Dance Revolution on PlayStation, the rhythm game phenomenon, featuring a screenshot of the gameplay interface. It sold over 720,000 units. Coming in fourth is Saga Frontier 2 for PlayStation, another RPG entry, with a screenshot depicting an interior scene. It sold over 640,000 units. Rounding out the top 5 is Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy, a unique take on the Pokemon universe, showing the pinball table gameplay. It sold over 600,000 units. This page continues the ranking of top-selling games for the first half of 1999, covering positions 6 through 30. Looking at this section, it's clear there's a strong presence of Pokemon-related titles, with 5 games appearing in the 630 range, including Pokemon Trading Card Game and Pokemon Stadium. The highest-ranking title for the Dreamcast was Sega Rally 2 at number 16. The games highlighted in the top 10 include Monster Rancher 2 for PlayStation at number 6, the highly successful simulation title. Game Boy hits Dragon Warrior Monsters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, and Pokemon Trading Card Game hold positions 7, 8, and 9 respectively, demonstrating the continued strength of the platform and these popular franchises. Rounding out the top 10 is Pokemon Stadium on Nintendo 64, the precursor to the game Western players know. The page also offers a fascinating breakdown of the entire top 100 list by hardware and genre. By console, the PlayStation absolutely dominates, accounting for 65 of the top 100 titles. Game Boy and Nintendo 64 also have significant representation, along with Dreamcast and a few titles on Saturn and WonderSwan. When viewed by genre, action games are the most numerous in the top 100, followed by RPGs. The list features a healthy mix of other genres, including popular rhythm action games like Beatmania, sports, racing, and strategy titles. This page continues the rundown of the top-selling games from the first half of 1999, listing titles ranked from 31 through 100. The accompanying text elaborates on this section of the list, noting that many titles here were released earlier in the year or are from franchises that have seen continued success, such as the enduring popularity of the Pokemon series, which still sees games from its 1996 debuts selling well. It also mentions the launch of the WonderSwan handheld system, with some of its initial titles appearing in this range. Looking at these lower rankings, the variety of games broadens, reflecting the earlier analysis showing PlayStation's strong market share and the prevalence of action and RPG titles throughout the top 100. along with representation from other genres like racing, sports, and simulation. Notable games appearing in this range include Beatmania, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Ridge Racer Type 4, The House of the Dead 2, Sonic Adventure, The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening DX, Mario Golf 64, and various entries from series like Super Robot Wars and Derby Stallion, showcasing the diverse landscape of Japanese gaming during this period across multiple platforms including PlayStation, Game Boy, Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and WonderSwan. This page presents a detailed breakdown of game sales data for the first half of the year, showing the top performers across different hardware platforms and genres. Looking at hardware, the PlayStation clearly dominated sales, with heavy hitters like Final Fantasy Version 2i, Dance Dance Revolution, and Saga Frontier 2 leading the charge. The Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast also show their top sellers, featuring popular titles such as Super Smash Bros., Pokémon Stadium, Sega Rally 2, and Sonic Adventure. Handheld sales were strong too, primarily driven by Game Boy hits like Pokémon Pinball and Dragon Quest Monsters. When sorted by genre, action and RPGs were the top sellers, with games like Super Smash Bros., Dance Dance Revolution, Final Fantasy Version 2i, and Saga Frontier 2 dominating these categories. The list also highlights the top titles in simulation, sports, and a general other category, showcasing diversity with games like Monster Rancher 2, JICU Powerful Pro Baseball, and Pokémon Pinball. Overall hardware sales figures for the first half show PlayStation leading significantly, followed by Game Boy, Nintendo 64, and then Dreamcast, WonderSwan, and Pocket Station. Publisher rankings reveal Nintendo and Konami having the most titles in the top 100, while Square achieved the highest total sales value, largely propelled by the massive success of Final Fantasy Version 2i. This page highlights several gaming news events. Dreamcast is launching an online horse betting service in April 2000 in partnership with JRA, allowing PAT members to purchase tickets directly. A recruitment drive for 20,000 new members begins November 27th. An event announced the completion of The Book of Watermarks, a PlayStation adventure game from Watermarks, featuring voice actor Akira Ishida and inspired by The Tempest. A public rehearsal for Sakura Taisenkayo, Show 3 showcased cast performances, and director Hiroi Oji. Finally, Koji Imagawa promoted his new horror/mystery game at its Tsutaya store, offering a signed PlayStation to purchasers. The page concludes with a Famitsu marketing report summarizing software and hardware sales data for July 5-11th. This page features an interview with actress Aya Hirayama, who is the image character for Harvest Moon GB2, known as Bokuju Monogatari GB2 in Japan, which is a farming simulation game for the Game Boy. She talks about how the heartwarming nature of the game reminds her of her hometown in Tochigi Prefecture, which has a lot of greenery. She finds the game, where you rebuild a dilapidated farm by growing crops and raising animals, to be enjoyable and relaxing. The page also includes a profile of Aya Hirayama, and a mini-information section announcing an event at Nintendo Space World 99, where players of the original Pokémon games could get the mythical Pokémon Mew. This event required attending, potentially winning a lottery for a gift ticket, and having your game cartridge present to receive Mew. This page announces several promotions for upcoming and recent games. Pre-orders for Little Princess Marl Kingdom 2 on PlayStation offer a setting databook. A giveaway gives 50 Famitsu readers a making-of video for Metal Gear Solid, featuring Hideo Kojima. Zuntata Festival 99, a live music event, celebrated Taito game soundtracks. For Metabots 2 on Game Boy, players can win metallic battle Metaro figures and posters. Finally, a Doko Demo Ishio giveaway offers 10 winners mobile phone straps featuring the game's characters, including Toro and Kisaragi. This page features a large advertisement for the PlayStation Fantasy RPG, Kuroi Hitomi no Noa, also known as Noir, The Black Iris. The main artwork showcases the protagonist, a young girl named Noah, standing in a vibrant fantasy landscape alongside a small castle and a peculiar cat-like creature. The prominent text at the top conveys the theme. The power entrusted to a single girl awakens legends and changes the world once again. The page includes 3 small screenshots depicting different aspects of the game, showing a world map, an indoor scene with character interaction, and a battle sequence. The text provides a brief overview of the gameplay, focusing on exploration and character development. Additionally, the advertisement highlights the upcoming release of a complete strategy guide on July 23rd and lists the game's standard price at 5,800 yen. The page is presented by the developer and publisher Gust, who is actively recruiting staff for development positions. This week's top 30 game rankings highlight several new releases, with Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2, Dark Duel topping the list. This card battling game, based on the popular manga, features strategic gameplay with over 700 cards and card-level mechanics. Dino Crisis, a survival horror title, secures the second spot, emphasizing tense dinosaur encounters. Street Fighter Alpha 3, known for its World Tour mode and varied fighting styles, ranks third. Dance Dance Revolution, the rhythm game, lands at fourth, showcasing its arrow-based gameplay. Ape Escape, the action-adventure game about capturing monkeys, rounds out the top 5. This page continues the weekly game sales ranking, covering titles from rank 6 downwards for the period of July 5th to July 11th. The left column highlights games ranked 6 through 10 with accompanying screenshots. We see Mario Golf 64 at number 6, featuring its familiar cartoon style. Fire Pro Wrestling's Beg takes the 7th spot, showcasing its detailed sprite-based grappling action. The tactical RPG Vandal Hearts 2, Heavenly Gate follows at 8, with a screenshot depicting its grid-based combat. Persona 2, Innocent Sin is ranked 9th, showing character portraits and menu screens from the popular RPG series. Rounding out the top 10 is Simple 1500 Series Volume 10. The Billiard. The right column lists many more titles, making up the rest of the top 30, including popular releases like Grandia, Tokyo Highway Challenge, Over My Dead Body, Pokemon Stadium 2, Tamamba 2, The Evil Swine Return, Super Smash Bros., Metal Gear Solid Integral, Sonic Adventure, and Everybody's Golf. Below the highlighted games is the Reader's Opinion Board, where players share their thoughts. Comments discuss various games, including feedback on Legend of Mana characters, experiences with Dance Dance Revolution, impressions of Dino Crisis Dinosaurs, reflections on Over My Dead Body, and thoughts on Everybody's Golf. The comments give a glimpse into what aspects of these games resonated with the readers. The chart compiles data across multiple platforms including PlayStation, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, and others. This page shows the most anticipated upcoming games according to readers, covering ranks 1 through 30 for the period of July 8th to July 14th. Leading the pack at number 1 is the highly awaited Dragon Quest V2, with a screenshot teasing exploration and mentioning its polygonal graphics. Coming in second is Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, listed here as Biohazard 3 Last Escape, featuring a tense street scene and referencing character adaptability and weapons. Gran Turismo 2 takes the third spot, showcasing a sleek yellow Honda S2000 and promising new cars and circuits for racing fans. At number 4 is Dragon Quest Characters, Torneco's Great Adventure 2, The Mystery Dungeon, depicted with a dungeon screenshot and highlighting its turn-based dungeon crawling gameplay. Rounding out the top 5 are Pokemon Gold and Silver for Game Boy, showing off some new Pokemon sprites like Wooper and Espeon, noting the introduction of gender and updated visuals. The rest of the top 30 features a host of exciting titles, including the Dreamcast's Shenmue and Grandia 2, Nintendo 64's Mysterious Mother 3, Front Mission 3, and the action rhythm game Dance Dance Revolution's second remix for PlayStation. Other notable entries include Resident Evil Code, Veronica, Soul Calibur, Vagrant Story, Everybody's Golf 2, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and The Quirky Seaman. This list gives a great snapshot of what gamers were most looking forward to playing in the near future. This overview presents a snapshot of the gaming world based on various metrics. Reader popularity polls highlight enduring classics like Final Fantasy VII and The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, with newcomers like Dino Crisis gaining traction. Japanese weekly sales, July 8 to 14, are led by Final Fantasy VII, closely followed by Zelda and To Heart. The arcade scene is dominated by fighting and rhythm games, such as Virtua Fighter and Beatmania. In the USA, Pokemon Red and Blue remain dominant, joined by titles like Star Wars Episode I Racer and Super Smash Bros. Pokemon's popularity in the US market is especially noteworthy. This page features a prominent advertisement for the PlayStation title SD Gundam G Generation Zero. The large text across the top declares the launch date as August 5, 1999, with the headline, "G is launching." The image showcases several super deformed Gundam mobile suits, including recognizable designs, positioned dynamically over a dark, perhaps ruined, landscape, highlighting the game's focus on tactical simulation gameplay across different Gundam series. Below the main logo for SD Gundam G Generation Zero is the Japanese title. The advertisement details the estimated price of 6,980 yen, tax excluded, for a package containing 2 game discs, plus a bonus CD. The smaller section promotes SD Gundam G Generation the Best, as already released. The page is clearly aimed at generating excitement for the upcoming release of this new entry in the popular strategy series, offering a wealth of units and scenarios from the vast Gundam universe. This page is a special feature focusing on robot games, highlighting 7 secrets of various titles. The main focus is clearly Super Robot Wars 64 for the Nintendo 64, with screenshots showing its tactical simulation gameplay featuring iconic mechs and pilots like Quattro Bagina. The text introduces the latest details on this entry, noting a revamped world setting and characters, promising hidden secrets within the game. Other robot games are also showcased, including Super Robot Tyson Link Battler for Game Boy, Real Robot Battle on PlayStation featuring a Gundam unit, and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story for Dreamcast. The page delves into the story of Super Robot Wars 64, revealing it's about a revolutionary organization resisting an empire. New units appearing in the game, such as Giant Robot, Giant Robo, and the Zogok, are mentioned, promising intense robot battles. The world setting is described as Earth being ruled by the Mugen Zoldix Empire after a past independence war and alien invasion. Screenshots illustrate battle sequences and character portraits, emphasizing the game's blend of strategic combat and narrative. There's also a call-out for God Mars Great Success, indicating the presence of the God Mars unit. This page delves into the unique selectable protagonist system of Super Robot Wars 64, highlighting how players can choose one of 4 main characters, each with their own distinct story path and a dedicated rival. The game offers 2 Super Robot System protagonists and 2 Real Robot System protagonists. For the Super Robot side, we see Blatt Skywind, a hot-blooded hero type, and his rival Kurt Force. There's also Minami Hamel, a noble lady, paired with her rival Aisha Richmond from a rival noble family. On the Real Robot side, Arclight Blue, who participates in the Resistance, has Elrich Shootershin as his rival, who commands a special unit testing new equipment. The other Real Robot protagonist is Selaneness, with her rival Rich Griswell, who also commands a special unit. The page emphasizes that these rivals are not just opponents, but are deeply connected to the protagonist's stories, often appearing in significant battle scenes and acting as key figures who influence the narrative. Character portraits, unit illustrations, and battle screenshots are shown for each protagonist and their rival, illustrating their designs and mechs. A welcome feature mentioned is the ability to rename characters. The content suggests that these relationships and choices add significant depth and replayability to the game. Super Robot Wars 64 and Super Robot Wars Link Battler on the Game Boy are linked, allowing players to transfer pilot data. Players can level up their pilots in Link Battler's battle system and transfer the enhanced data back to SRW64. Screenshots illustrate the data transfer and battles. Link Battler is a Game Boy title focusing on robot battles. It offers 3 battle modes: Official League, Title Match, and Free Battle. The game also features a mail system for exchanging information and items with other players via linking. The page also includes a History of Gundam video guide, listing key Gundam anime series, such as the Mobile Suit Gundam movie trilogy and others, to help fans learn about the source material inspiring the Super Robot Wars series. This page introduces Real Robot Warfront for the PlayStation, a simulation RPG that uses polygons to represent robots from popular series like Mobile Suit Gundam and Aura Battler Dunbine, in a more realistic style than typically seen in the Super Robot Wars series, to which it's related. The page emphasizes the impressive, realistic battle scenes. Gameplay involves strategic movement and combat on a tactical map, with detailed close-up views of robot actions during battles, featuring character portraits from the various anime series. Key elements highlighted include planning your next move on the map, managing resources between missions, and utilizing the Spirit Command System, familiar to Super Robot Wars players, which grants characters special abilities to influence battles. The game was scheduled for release on August 12th. This page provides more details about the upcoming Real Robot Warfront, specifically introducing some of the key mechs and characters you'll encounter. Featured prominently are iconic robots from classic series like Aura Battler Dunbine, Dunbine, Heavy Metal LGAIM, LGAIM MK2, Mobile Suit Z Gundam, and Combat Mecha XA Bungle, Gallia. The game brings these diverse real robots together in a single simulation experience. The page also introduces original characters created specifically for this game, including Ralph Quald and George, along with an original mech known as the Maneuver Armor Page A. It highlights that the game includes a comprehensive database mode, allowing players to review information about the mechs and characters as they progress. On the right side, there's a section titled History of Gundam, which serves as a guide to various Mobile Suit Gundam anime series relevant to the game, such as Z Gundam, Gundam ZZ, Char's Counterattack, Gundam F91, and V Gundam. This suggests players might benefit from watching these series to enhance their understanding and enjoyment of the game's narrative and units. This page is dedicated to Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079, Rise from the Ashes on the Dreamcast. It emphasizes the game's impressive graphics, which are said to fully utilize the Dreamcast's capabilities to create a beautiful visual experience. A key reveal is the appearance of the iconic MSO9 DOM mobile suits in Stage 6 of the game. The page features several screenshots showcasing the DOM from different angles, including one wielding its signature giant bazooka. It mentions the intense battles the player's White Dingo team will face against these formidable opponents, highlighting both standard DOMs and seemingly a specific unit piloted by Kenny. The images show the DOM and gameplay scenarios, emphasizing close-quarters combat. The page also draws attention to the inclusion of realistic CG movie scenes, which depict vehicles like tanks and mobile suits engaging in combat, suggesting these are used to enhance the game's narrative and action. It specifically points out how impressive the heat sword looks in these sequences. The content conveys excitement about facing the DOMs and the overall visual fidelity of the game. This page delves into the details of Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079, Rise from the Ashes on the Dreamcast, highlighting secrets designed to satisfy even hardcore Gundam fans. It emphasizes the game's realistic field settings, showcasing diverse environments like deserts, urban ruins, and mountainous valleys where tactical battles unfold. The game also focuses on realistic human interaction, featuring briefing screens and mail systems to convey strategic information and enhance the narrative atmosphere before missions. A special scoop section reveals that an online homepage connected via Dream Passport will offer access to new items, downloads, and potentially rankings, suggesting ongoing support and community features for the game. The page also includes a section titled History of Gundam 3, which serves as a guide to key past Gundam anime series, including the original Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Mobile Suit Gundam X, and the currently airing Turn a Gundam. This section encourages players to watch these series to deepen their understanding of the game's universe. The overall tone suggests the game is a meticulously crafted experience that respects the franchise's legacy while leveraging modern hardware for realism. This page dives deep into the world of virtual angling on the PlayStation, spotlighting the game Umi no Nushitsuri, part of the long-running legendary Fisherman series. It's set in the sparkling sea, promising a grand adventure with diverse fishing spots and over 100 different kinds of fish to catch. The game boasts features like a free mode, an advice system, and even a ranking system using memory card data to track your biggest catches. But the real star here is the dedicated fishing rod controller for the PlayStation. This peripheral is designed to immerse you in the experience, letting you cast by shaking, feel the fight with vibration feedback, control your line with an analog stick, and reel freely. It's clearly aimed at enhancing the realism of the fishing simulation. The page also showcases just how popular fishing games were on the platform, listing numerous other titles available or coming soon, such as the Lake Masters series, Super Black Bass, and various other bass and world fishing simulations, showing there was a game for every kind of virtual angler. This page is a clear signal that fishing games, complete with specialized controllers, were a significant genre on the PlayStation. This page features the New Game Cross Review Part 1, covering titles released between July 26th and August 1st, reviewed by 4 experts: Hamamura Tsushin, Ranba Madara, Okumura Gisco, and Kunieda Shinichiro. The main focus is on 3 PlayStation titles released on July 29th. First up is Rakugaki Showtime, an action game where players battle in a field by throwing items. Reviewers noted the characters' distinct appearances and the chaotic, engaging action gameplay, finding it particularly fun for multiplayer, despite potentially requiring quick reactions. Next is Glitter Grinder, described as a board game utilizing dice to move around a street grid, collecting items and battling partners. Reviewers found the base gameplay simple, but the overall concept of a board game with battles enjoyable, though some felt the overall presentation and concept were somewhat plain. Finally, Minano Golf 2, known internationally as Hot Shots Golf 2, This sequel to the popular arcade-style golf game was highly praised by reviewers. They highlighted its accessible controls, realistic courses, diverse characters, and the fun provided by the numerous items and equipment available in the club shop. The simulation aspects were well received, making it a highly recommended sports game. Below the main reviews, there's a brief mention of other upcoming releases, including Seaman for the Dreamcast, a unique pet simulation game where players communicate with a talking creature using a microphone controller, also releasing on July 29th. The next page continues the game reviews, covering 5 more titles released around the end of July. First up is Street Scooters, a racing game where players battle it out on scooters through urban environments. Reviewers noted the chaotic fun, especially in multiplayer, though some found the gameplay mechanics, which involve attacking opponents, a bit basic and the visuals somewhat lacking. Next is Simulation Pro Yakyu 99, a Japanese baseball simulation game. Reviewers appreciated the depth provided by detailed player data and realistic simulation aspects, though some felt the visual presentation wasn't as exciting as more action-oriented baseball titles. We also see Jusou Kihei Valken 2, a mech action game. Reviewers were impressed by the detailed mech designs and the action sequences, finding the customization and strategic elements engaging, although some felt the mission structures could become repetitive. The unique Dreamcast title Seaman is also reviewed. As mentioned previously, this is a pet simulation where players communicate with a talking creature using a microphone. Reviewers were captivated by the novelty and interaction, finding the experience both fascinating and impactful, noting the creature's personality left a strong impression. Finally, there is Shanghai Mini, a portable version of the classic Mahjong solitaire puzzle game for the Neo Geo Pocket. Reviewers found it a solid and enjoyable puzzle experience, well suited for the portable format, offering the familiar tile matching challenge. This page kicks off with the magazine's best picks of this week, spotlighting 4 titles hitting shelves around late July and early August. Leading the charge is Lode Runner 3D on Nintendo 64, translating the classic puzzle action formula into 3D space, with reviewers noting its enjoyable feel and graphical updates. The Game Boy gets Romance of the Three Kingdoms Game Boy Edition 2, a solid entry in the simulation series, offering deep historical strategy. Choro Q Hyper-Customizable GB for Game Boy Color is a customizable racer that impressed with its breadth of options and fun racing gameplay. For puzzle fans, Picross NP Volume 3 continues the excellent Picross series via Nintendo Power. There's also a look at Ultraman Fighting Evolution on PlayStation, a fighting game focusing on the Ultraman universe. A quick blurb on the side circles back to games reviewed on the previous page, giving a nod to titles like Seaman, Hot Shots, Golf 2, and Street Scooters as solid recommendations. This page features a mix of reader feedback and highlights of highly rated games. On the left, there's a review for Sanyo Pachinko Paradise, a simulation game that brings the experience of playing real pachinko machines to the console, noted for its realistic representation and various gameplay modes. The center column is dedicated to Reader Cross Reviews, where players share their thoughts. Games featured include the epic RPG Grandia, the critically acclaimed Metal Gear Solid Integral, the enhanced version of Metal Gear Solid, the rhythm game Sensation Dance Dance Revolution, the unique and peculiar Sagare Ijiri, and the expansive RPG Saga Frontier 2. These reviews offer a glimpse into what the player base enjoyed about these diverse titles. The right side highlights games that received a total score of 30 points or more from the magazine's professional reviewers, designated as 30-point-plus titles. This section includes the innovative 3D platformer Jumping Flash 2, the tactical RPG Treasure Hunter G, the extreme sports compilation ESPN Street Games, and the strategy/simulation game Desmond Plus. These games are presented as strong recommendations based on their high critical reception. Finally, a small section on the left lists titles from the first half of the year that achieved Hall of Fame status, recognizing them as particularly well regarded by the reviewers. This page continues the cross-review feature from the magazine, showcasing professional critiques for games released around late July and early August. Featured here are 3 distinct titles. First up is Poppin' Tanks from Enix, a top-down tank action game where you customize your tank and battle it out. Reviewers seem to find it a straightforward, casual game focusing on customization and simple combat strategy. Next is Konami's Guitar Freaks, the arcade rhythm game hitting home consoles. This title challenges players to hit notes in time with music using a guitar controller. Reviewers would likely discuss how well the arcade experience translates, the song list, and the feel of the rhythm gameplay. Finally, we have Roommate Ryuko Inoue, a simulation game where you live with the character Ryuko. This is a classic example of a dating/life simulation game, and the reviews would cover the character interaction, story progression, and the simulation elements of sharing a living space. The reviews are provided by 4 familiar faces from the magazine's review team, offering their individual takes on each game's strengths and weaknesses. This page presents reviews for 5 more titles released around late July. First up is the latest entry in the baseball series, Power Pros, featuring familiar characters and focusing on realistic pitching and batting dynamics, alongside a special giant mode. Reviewers seem to appreciate the familiar feel and solid gameplay updates. Next is with Yu Mitsumete Itai, a dating simulation previously popular on PC, now on Saturn. Reviewers highlight the charming art style and characters, noting that the branching conversations based on player choices make it an engaging experience. For flight combat fans, Air Force Delta arrives on Dreamcast, offering intense 3D dogfights. The graphics are praised for their detail, though some reviewers mention the difficulty might be challenging. It's seen as a proper simulation with satisfying missions and a strong sense of speed. Akihabara Denu Gumi Patapis is a robot racing and action game based on the anime. Reviewers find the Patapi robots adorable and enjoy the simulation elements alongside battles and minigames, making it a cute and engaging experience. Finally, Marionette Hunter on Dreamcast is a simulation game focused on programming fighting robots called marionettes. Reviewers describe it as a game for those who love digging deep into customization and programming battle strategies, offering a unique and rewarding challenge. This page reviews 5 diverse video games. J-League Jikyu 1999, Perfect Striker, N64, is lauded for its polished and realistic soccer simulation, offering refined controls and tactical depth. Crazy Climber, WonderSwan, faithfully recreates the arcade experience with a unique control scheme. Densha to Go 64 offers a realistic train driving simulator, emphasizing precision. Gem Gem Monster, GBC, combines RPG elements with puzzle battles, providing a charming and engaging experience. Finally, Columns, Nintendo Power, brings the classic falling block puzzle game to the SNES, featuring addictive gameplay and a competitive battle mode. This page features a section recommending the best picks of this week, highlighting games like Densha to Go, praising its realism, and Guitar Freaks for its fun factor, despite needing a special controller. Perfect Striker 2 is noted for its smooth gameplay, while Crazy Climber is enjoyed as a faithful arcade port. GQJ.League is mentioned for its solid soccer gameplay, and Air Force and Dream Mama are also briefly noted. Additionally, the page presents a reader-driven 30-point-plus section showcasing games that received high scores. Dino Crisis on PlayStation is recommended for fans of Resident Evil, offering tense gameplay and impressive Trex encounters. UFO, A Day in the Life, also for PlayStation, is described as a unique adventure game focusing on the daily lives of aliens. Lunar 2, Eternal Blue on PlayStation is praised for its strong story and character development. Older titles are also featured, such as Victory Goal 96 on Saturn for its refined soccer simulation, the fighting game classic Tekken 2 on PlayStation, and Treasure of the Rudras, a Super Famicom RPG with a unique magic system. Finally, Doom is highlighted for its exciting 3D first-person action across various platforms, including PlayStation and Saturn, capturing the original's thrilling gameplay. This page features the User's Eye section, where readers submit their scores and opinions on recently released games. This time, the focus is on 2 popular action titles. First up is Bust a Groove 2 on PlayStation. Readers gave this rhythm dance game an average score of 81.2, with a high number of votes. Feedback highlights the enjoyable gameplay, fun character designs, and catchy music. The survey results show a strong positive reception, with many readers awarding high scores, indicating it successfully delivered on the dance rhythm experience. The second game featured is Marvel vs. Capcom, Clash of Superheroes on Dreamcast. This acclaimed crossover fighting game received an impressive average score of 86.9. Readers praised the dynamic tag team system, the diverse roster of characters from both Marvel and Capcom universes, and the overall excitement of the battles. The score distribution clearly shows that this title was a massive hit with the readers who participated in the survey, reflecting its status as a highly regarded fighting game. These reader scores offer a different perspective compared to the curated best picks or the overall 30-point plus lists seen on the previous page, giving direct community feedback. This page offers an in-depth guide to improving your game in Mario Golf 64. Presented as a summer-intensive course, the focus is entirely on mastering putting and approach shots. It provides key strategies for accurately judging distance, reading the break of the green, and adjusting power for uphill and downhill putts. The guide emphasizes the importance of timing, particularly for mid-range putts, and even touches on handling different conditions like rain. Screenshots from the game illustrate the techniques discussed, showing characters like Mario on the course. There's also a small feature showcasing a reader's impressive albatross shot, reacting with disbelief at their own skill. The page serves as a valuable resource for players looking to shave strokes off their score by refining their short game in Mario Golf 64. It also includes brief information about a related tournament. This page features a second report on the game, Grandia, focusing on strategies for character development and relationship-building sub-events. The main section details the intimate relationship between weapons and magic, explaining how players can effectively raise their proficiency with skills and magic for the four main party members: Justin, Sue, Fina, and Rap. It emphasizes the importance of repeatedly using abilities in combat to level them up, noting that different types of skills and magic gain experience differently and offer unique effects. Each character's section highlights their primary weapon types and magic affinities, suggesting efficient ways to develop their combat capabilities. Further down, a section titled Sudden Relationship Declaration explores specific sub-events in the game that build relationships between characters. It describes an event where Sue meets a boy named Daito, leading to a developing friendship. Another event focuses on Rap's relationship with Lena, a girl from his village, detailing interactions that deepen their bond. The page includes screenshots showcasing combat and character interactions, providing visual context for the tips and events discussed. A small panel also provides basic game information like genre, media, and release details. The page offers practical advice for players looking to optimize their party and explore the game's narrative through side content. This page dives deeper into the world of Ape Escape, showcasing more of the game's locations and the mischievous monkeys you'll need to capture. It highlights several distinct areas, including the jungle-like Teku Teku Banri, the icy Kinkakushi, the industrial Saru Tech Factory, and the towering Sky TV Tower, as well as a specific point called Go Straight at the entrance. The focus is on providing tips and visuals for hunting down different types of Paipo monkeys hidden within these varied environments. Key gadgets for your monkey-catching arsenal are featured, such as the versatile Magic Punch and the Mech Car, which are essential for stunning and capturing your targets. The page outlines which areas are best suited for using specific gadgets and how to approach locating certain elusive monkeys like Saru Blue or specific variants named Orfikipas, Nopas, Noban, and Durukisu. There's also a small note about the game appearing in the magazine's Game Hall of Fame. Overall, it's a practical guide giving players a taste of the diverse levels and strategic gadget use needed to round up all the Primate escapees. This page delves into the world of Persona 2, Innocent Sin, offering players valuable tips and strategies. The focus is clearly on maximizing your power and efficiency within the game. You'll see the game's logo prominently displayed alongside character artwork and a striking Wheel of Fortune tarot card, fitting the game's themes. One major section explains how to acquire rare items by returning personas. It highlights that ranking up personas yields valuable items, some of which are quite rare, and provides a list detailing which personas exchange for specific items and their effects. Another significant part is dedicated to quickly raising your persona's ranks. It outlines methods to achieve this rapid growth, mentioning the use of summon points for items like tarot cards and emphasizing the importance of negotiation. It also touches upon battle strategies, including the effective use of contact and fusion spells, stating that mastering these techniques is key to quickly growing your personas, potentially even maxing them out in a single battle. The page includes screenshots showing gameplay menus, battle scenes, and persona negotiation/fusion screens, illustrating the points being made. Overall, it's a helpful guide aimed at players looking to optimize their persona management and item acquisition in Innocent Sin. This page dives deep into the VR mode of Metal Gear Solid: Integral, specifically focusing on the latter half of the puzzle stages, covering levels 6 through 10. The VR puzzle stages demand clever strategy and problem-solving rather than just combat prowess. The page begins by introducing the concept of the puzzle stages within VR mode, and notes that achieving a 50% clear rate in VR mode is necessary for overall completion. It then provides a detailed breakdown for each level from 6 to 10, offering concise strategies and accompanying screenshots to illustrate the required steps and map layouts. For level 6, the goal is to destroy targets, while level 7 involves navigating tricky environmental hazards and using timed actions. Level 8 is a test of precision, requiring players to strategically use grenades to eliminate pillars. Level 9 focuses on stealth and distraction, tasking you with manipulating guards and security cameras to reach the objective undetected. Finally, level 10 presents a complex maze that requires utilizing explosions to forge a path and careful movement to avoid detection. The guide provides practical advice and visual cues to help players overcome these challenging segments of the VR missions. There is also a small section featuring images of the ninja and Liquid Snake, highlighting key characters from the game. This page features Tokyo Highway Challenge 2, focusing on how to unlock secret content. The game challenges you to dominate the Shutoko, the notorious Tokyo Metropolitan Expressway, famous for high-speed street racing. A major highlight is the ability to get all secret cars. This is primarily done by inputting specific license plate numbers. The page showcases several cars with unique license plates like 33135 and 33138, hinting that entering these numbers in the game could unlock the corresponding vehicles. Beyond number inputs, the game also leverages network connectivity. The Network Get section explains that aero parts and other data are available online via a network service, allowing players to further customize their rides. There's also a mention of the game's replay feature, showing a powerful car capable of generating serious horsepower, perfect for tackling the challenging SCAD-1 loop. The text emphasizes the thrilling nature of racing on the Shutoko, noting the difficulties posed by traffic, construction, and sharp turns, but also the excitement of reaching high speeds in this unique environment. It highlights the depth available through customization and finding hidden content. This page dives into the technical aspects of Giant Graham 2, All Japan Pro Wrestling 2, and Budokan, specifically focusing on the crucial importance of input timing. The article highlights that while the game features complex command inputs, mastering the precise timing is essential for successfully executing powerful signature moves. The page is structured as a guide, breaking down the timing required for several key moves. It covers techniques like Mitsuharu Misawa's Emerald Flosion, explaining the rapid sequence of inputs needed after initiating a body slam. It also details the timing for moves such as Vader's jumping armbreaker, advising players to input the command right before landing after a jump. Additionally, it provides tips for Toshiaki Kawada's jumping high knee and Akira Taue's German suplex throw, emphasizing visual cues and timing relative to the opponent's state or movement. Screenshots accompany each section, illustrating the exact moment or position where the command input is critical. This guide is clearly aimed at players looking to elevate their game by mastering the nuanced timing mechanics, which the article suggests is key to unlocking the full potential of the game's extensive movesets. This page focuses on optimizing gameplay for time attacks in Dino Crisis, specifically tackling the game's branching paths and events. The article highlights the importance of efficient movement and action to achieve faster, clear times. It details strategies for navigating different sections of the facility, depending on whether you follow Gale's or Rick's guidance at key junctures, indicating that the chosen route significantly impacts the time taken. Tips are provided for various segments, including a warning to watch out for pteranodons and a detailed guide on operating the crane on floor B1. The content emphasizes minimizing wasted time and movement. A humorous note from the author mentions that pausing the game stops the in-game clock, offering a moment of relief even for unexpected breaks. Overall, this is a tactical guide for players looking to push their speedrun potential in this intense survival horror adventure. This page features an impression piece on the Game Boy title, Survival Kids. Known internationally by the same name, it's a survival adventure game where you find yourself stranded on a deserted island. The review captures the essence of the game, highlighting the freedom of exploration and the core mechanics of gathering resources and crafting items essential for survival. The reviewer specifically mentions the process of making fire and setting up a base, reflecting on the immersive nature of building a life from scratch on the island. The article touches upon the open-ended structure, allowing players to decide their path, whether focusing on pure survival or working towards a specific goal. It notes the presence of multiple endings, with the author recalling experiencing a less-than ideal ending initially, hinting at the challenge and depth provided by different outcomes. The reviewer expresses a strong connection to the game, relating it to childhood fantasies of adventure, and appreciating the blend of freedom and necessary tasks, like managing hunger and thirst. Overall, the piece conveys a feeling of personal connection to the survival kid's experience, framing it as a compelling and memorable adventure on a deserted island. This page provides a look at some of the new games hitting stores this week, prominently featuring an article on the misadventures of Tron Bonne. It's great to see this title getting attention, showcasing the villainous yet lovable Tron Bonne and her army of servbots in a starring role, stepping out from the shadow of the main Mega Man Legends series. The article highlights the unique blend of gameplay elements. It's not just a straight action game. You'll tackle various missions alongside Tron and the servbots to amass wealth. These missions involve both action-packed segments and clever puzzles, keeping the experience fresh. Screenshots illustrate the different facets of the game, showing Tron and the servbots exploring areas, engaging in combat with their custom-built mechs, and solving environmental puzzles. The piece emphasizes that players will need to prepare and strategize to successfully complete missions and gather riches, leaning into the game's objective of accumulating money. It's a cool concept that perfectly fits Tron's character. The page also includes a contents list covering new releases across PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and WonderSwan platforms for the week of July 19th to July 25th, 1999. This page previews two different games for the PlayStation console. First up is Quiz Omakase Dan, Tokusatsu Hero Part 1. This game combines quiz challenges and rhythm action gameplay, based around popular Japanese tokusatsu heroes, prominently featuring characters like Kamen Rider and Hakaider. There are different quiz types, including questions about character silhouettes and theme song intros. Clearing quizzes allows players to access a character database filled with information. The game also includes a rhythm action mode, where you hit buttons in time to the music, acting as the karaoke play. It supports up to 4 players for some modes. It's designed to appeal to fans by testing their knowledge and rhythm skills with their favorite heroes. Below that is Superlight 1500 Series Volume 10 Pinball Golden Progress. This is a pinball simulation title featuring 3 unique tables: Camelot, Lance End, and Fisher King. What's cool is that it incorporates a story mode based on the legend of King Arthur, where players complete missions on the tables to help restore the kingdom. The game aims for realistic pinball physics and includes features to help new players understand the rules and objectives. It seems like a great pick for pinball enthusiasts looking for multiple tables and a unique narrative structure. The next page introduces 2 more titles from the Simple 1500 series on PlayStation. First up is Simple 1500 Series, Volume 11, The Pinball 3D. This entry offers a full-fledged pinball experience with 2 original tables, Speeder and Exciting. Speeder is described as a standard table focused on scoring with jackpots and bumpers, while Exciting emphasizes multi-ball play and challenging techniques for higher scores. The preview mentions features to help beginners get into the game, making it accessible while still offering depth for experienced players. Screenshots showcase the unique designs of both tables. Below that is Simple 1500 Series Volume 13, The Race. This is a racing game designed to be enjoyed at an affordable price. It includes 2 distinct courses and focuses on basic driving techniques, even featuring a driver's guide to teach players fundamentals like shifting, timing, and drifting. Players can challenge themselves across 3 difficulty levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The page includes screenshots showing different perspectives during gameplay and highlights how tuning settings like grip and drift become important at higher levels as you aim for your best lap times. It looks like a solid entry-level racer with options for progression. This page features previews for 2 more PlayStation titles. First is Remote Control Dandy, an action game where you pilot a colossal robot remotely to defend the city. The unique aspect lies in its remote control system, where movement is handled by specific button combinations, and attacks include techniques like hammer punch, shuttle punch, and swing punch. You'll take on missions, deploy your giant mech, battle threats, and receive evaluations based on your performance, all while managing the robot's reception range. Screenshots show intense robot combat and city environments. Below that is Baldish, Residents of Cromford, an RPG that emphasizes player freedom. Unlike traditional RPGs with a set path, This game allows you to decide your own objectives. You can choose to interact with the diverse townspeople, accept quests to hunt monsters, or delve into dungeons filled with traps and powerful bosses. The game encourages exploration and self-directed adventure, with dungeons holding valuable treasures, including skills and magic that aid you in combat. Screenshots give a glimpse into the town, dungeon exploration from a top-down perspective, and dynamic battle scenes. This page features previews for 2 more intriguing PlayStation titles. First up is Umi no Nushitsuri, Takarajima Imukate, a fishing RPG where you immerse yourself in a realistic fishing experience. You embark on an adventure to catch various fish, which helps you level up and progress. The game offers deep fishing mechanics with lure fishing and precise controls. You can play through story mode, following a narrative that involves legendary fish and tournaments, or enjoy the freedom of fishing mode, where you can fish at your leisure with ever-changing objectives. Screenshots showcase the different fishing locations, menu screens, and the excitement of reeling in a big catch. Below that is Germs: The Forgotten Town, a survival horror adventure game. You play as a reporter investigating a town where strange events are occurring, leading to residents transforming into bizarre creatures. The gameplay centers around gathering information from various sources, exploring the eerie town, and uncovering the truth behind the mysterious phenomenon. Be cautious as you interact with the remaining residents, as they could suddenly turn into monstrous threats. Screenshots depict the desolate town streets, interiors of buildings, and the unsettling appearance of the mutated townsfolk, hinting at the dark secrets waiting to be revealed. This page features previews for 2 exciting PlayStation titles utilizing the Pocket Station. First up is Itsudemo Dokodemo Anata no Soba ni, a unique communication and raising simulation game centered around interacting with virtual pets called Pokepi via the Pocket Station. You can teach these adorable characters new words and engage in various activities and mini-games with them. The game encourages building a bond with your Pokepi, who each have distinct personalities and appearances, from a playful cat to a helpful robot. It's all about connecting with your digital companion wherever you go, thanks to the Pocket Station. Below that is Tamarunner, a fast-paced and action-packed racing game. This isn't your typical racer. You control quirky characters navigating vibrant 3D courses filled with obstacles and opportunities for acrobatic moves like jumping and dashing. The game features diverse environments, including temples, beaches, and cityscapes, each requiring different strategies. Success isn't just about speed. Mastering the use of items and character-specific techniques, like a rocket dash, is key to outpacing your opponents and reaching the finish line first. It's a chaotic and fun race to the finish. This page previews 2 distinct games. The top section covers Jikyo Powerful Pro Yaku 99 Kaimakuban, the latest entry in the popular Power Pros baseball simulation series for PlayStation. This version boasts updated player data and expands upon the fan-favorite success mode, this time placing players in the world of amateur baseball. The goal is to train diligently, improve your character's abilities by purchasing items, and strive to join a professional team. Screenshots highlight the game's signature chibi-style graphics, gameplay views, statistical screens, and details from previous season games, emphasizing the depth of the baseball simulation. Below, the page introduces Sekai Fushigi Hakken, Toroya, a 3D adventure game for the Dreamcast based on the popular Japanese TV show Sekai Fushigi Hakken. Players step into the role of a researcher from the show who travels back in time to witness the events surrounding the legendary city of Troy and the infamous Trojan horse. The game involves exploring ancient Troy, investigating mysteries, and experiencing the dramatic history firsthand. Screenshots showcase the 3D environments of the ancient city, characters you'll interact with including a mysterious masked figure, and iconic scenes related to the Trojan War. It promises an intriguing journey through history, blending adventure with historical mystery. The next page showcases 2 very different games. The top section features Star Wars Episode In Racer for the Nintendo 64. This is a high-speed racing game based on the thrilling pod race sequence from the movie. The article highlights that even if you're not a big movie fan, the game's intense racing action is sure to grab your attention. Screenshots show the visceral first-person perspective from the cockpit, as well as chase views. The game offers multiple modes, including the main tournament mode, free play, time attack, and a 2-player mode for head-to-head races. Progressing through the game unlocks new tracks and allows you to upgrade your pod racer. Below, the page previews Neon Genesis Evangelion Shito Ikusei for the Wonderswan. This unique title is a simulation game where players are tasked with raising an angel, or Shito, as they are called in the series. Gameplay involves nurturing the Shito in a tank, managing its stats, and exploring the world of New Tokyo 3. The game also incorporates card battles, where players use different cards for offense and defense, utilizing the Shito's strength and capabilities in combat. Screenshots illustrate the character interactions, the angel-raising interface, and the strategic card battle system. The next page features 2 more upcoming Game Boy titles. In the top section we have Metaro 2, Kuwagata version, and Kabuto version. This RPG sequel builds upon the foundations of the first game, letting players assemble their own combat robots, known as Metarotes, from various parts and battle others. Set 7 years after the previous entry, the game introduces a new protagonist and expands the world significantly. A core new feature is the Meta Force, a powerful special attack that consumes a gauge built up during battle, adding a strategic layer to combat. The game boasts 78 types of new Metarotes to discover and customize. Below, the classic action game Spy vs. Spy arrives on the Game Boy. This is a port of the popular Famicom title, bringing its unique gameplay to portable form. Players take on the role of one of 2 spies, tasked with infiltrating locations to steal a set number of items before escaping. The game is known for its traps and counter-traps, where players can set hazards for their opponent while avoiding those set against them. It supports competitive 2-player gameplay via the Game Boy Link cable, allowing for direct spy-on-spy action. Item interaction is key, with players needing to search cabinets and use items to overcome obstacles like locked doors, all while managing their health, which decreases from traps and attacks. The goal is simple: grab the items before the other spy and make your escape. This page showcases a couple of upcoming Game Boy titles, starting with the top section featuring Next Generation Beyblade Battle Beyblade. This is an RPG, where players dive into the world of competitive spinning tops, known as Beyblades. Your goal is to become the best by training your Beyblade, collecting parts to customize it, and battling rivals on your way to winning the world tournament. The game includes communication features, allowing players to battle and trade Beyblades with friends via the Game Boy Link cable, and even exchange messages. Screenshots show navigating the world, interacting with characters, customizing Beyblades in a shop, and the intense battle system, where strategic choices about Beyblade attributes are key to victory, focusing on outlasting your opponent's spin. Below, we shift gears to Konshu Hakase 2, Insect Professor 2, a simulation game where you take on the role of an insect expert. This sequel brings an expanded experience, with over 250 colorful insects to find and collect across various locations. Gameplay involves exploring different areas, spotting insects marked on the map, and switching to a collection mode to use tools like nets or cups to capture them. Beyond collecting, you can engage in insect battles and contests, participate in auctions, and care for your captured insects by feeding and training them. The game also includes an encyclopedia to document your discoveries. Screenshots highlight exploration in the countryside, the insect collection process, and scenes from contests or auctions. The next page dives into a couple more upcoming Game Boy titles. At the top we have Tsuri Sensei 2, which translates to Fishing Teacher 2. This is an RPG sequel where you aim to become a master angler by catching various fish to gain experience and level up. Players can also use the Game Boy Link cable to trade items with friends. The page highlights tips for reeling in large fish, showing screenshots of the fishing process, from casting your line to battling and landing your catch, emphasizing strategic actions and different techniques like lure action. It also mentions that different events can occur depending on your experience level. Below, the page features Doraemon, a Rook Labyrinth, an action game starring the beloved robotic cat and his friends. Here, you take control of Doraemon, Nobita, Tsuneo, or Giant, each possessing unique walking speeds and stamina, as you navigate challenging labyrinths. Your ultimate goal is to rescue Shizuka from the menacing robots across 50 stages, filled with various traps and items. The page showcases screenshots of the maze-like levels and character sprites, along with descriptions of some of the obstacles and helpful items you'll encounter on your journey. This page features 2 distinct handheld game experiences. At the top we have Puyo Puyo Tsu for the Neo Geo Pocket. This highly popular puzzle game makes a great transition to the handheld, featuring clean graphics and enjoyable sound that captures the essence of the series. Players can enjoy several modes, including competitive play against the CPU or via link cable against friends. There are also special challenge modes designed to test your Puyo dropping prowess. A nice touch is the inclusion of recreated nostalgic demo scenes, adding to the game's charm, and extensive settings to customize your experience. Below, the page highlights Ghosts, Con Goblins for the WonderSwan. This is the iconic action game, bringing its notoriously difficult platforming and combat to the portable system. You'll engage in the familiar loop of running, crouching, and jumping through challenging stages filled with classic enemies, all in pursuit of rescuing the princess. The game features Arthur's signature struggle, requiring mastery of movement and combat. A notable feature is Arthur's collection system, acting as an encyclopedia to track all the items and various weapons discovered throughout your quest. Speaking of weapons, you'll find a variety to choose from, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, including spears and torches. The WonderSwan version also presents diverse environments, featuring interesting stage designs like underwater levels that add new challenges to the classic formula. This page features the exciting sequel, Burger Burger 2, for the PlayStation, a hamburger simulation game that builds upon the foundation of its predecessor. The premise puts you in the shoes of a hamburger chain owner, tasked with developing delicious new burgers and expanding your business empire. The game introduces several key features to deepen the simulation experience. There's support for the Pocket Station, allowing players to earn valuable points through minigames that can be used for ingredients and items in the main game. The main story is structured with a per-stage scenario mode, where clearing stages advances the narrative, leading to different endings depending on your performance and status. For managing your growing chain, the game includes operations management systems, notably the introduction of area managers who offer advice on operations, sales, and strategy, leaving the final decisions to you. There's also a market research mode, where you can directly observe customer behavior and analyze data on sales performance through graphs and schedules to optimize your business. The page also highlights the original Burger as the best version of the series, emphasizing its role as the top simulation game for creating, selling, and expanding a burger chain, suitable for players of all kinds. Visuals include a charming cartoon burger mascot and small screenshots showcasing the game's interface and Pocket Station minigame. This page features Kanazawa Shogi for the PlayStation, a game built around the winning AI from the '99 Computer Shogi Championship. The page highlights the program's consistent high rankings in previous tournaments and emphasizes that its true strength is demonstrated in matches against human players, powered by deep strategic thinking. Screenshots show the gameboard interface from a top-down perspective. The game offers robust features for studying shogi strategy, including a comprehensive database of professional opening moves and techniques. It also includes various game modes, difficulty levels, and helpful functions like tutorials and hints, making it suitable for players looking to deepen their understanding of the game. The game is currently on sale. This page features several reader-submitted columns, offering a lighter look at the world through the lens of gaming culture. The main section, Game Empire, includes an introduction suggesting readers take a break from the virtual battlefield to enjoy the summer season. It then presents a series of humorous hypothetical questions posed by readers, covering everyday observations like fluorescent lights or pop culture figures like Lord Mido, filtered through a gaming-adjacent perspective. Additional columns like Look at Nature, Devil's Easy Chair, and Goddess's 4-character hold showcase more reader feedback. These include quirky observations about nature, questions about the types of submissions the magazine receives, and various short, unrelated musings from the readership, sometimes touching on topics like snacks or demographics. Overall, the page is dedicated to engaging directly with the readers through lighthearted commentary and personal observations, rather than featuring specific game reviews or content. This page features a humorous comic strip at the top titled Dokiri Theater 21, depicting cartoon animals including pandas in surreal scenarios, with vertical text expressing nervousness on the side. The main content is a column related to gaming under the heading Game Warning Issued Due to Hikaru Ijuin's Proximity, subtitled Kapu, Volume. This section delves into a personal appreciation for the GQ Powerful Pro Yaku series, known internationally as Power Pros. The author discusses what they enjoy about the series, anticipates future installments, and specifically praises the sound design and effects within the game, such as the distinctive Kapuyu sound when a player is hit by a pitch. The column reflects on the impact of these sound elements on the overall gaming experience and the anticipation for future content in the series. This page is the weekly Famitsu Top 30 Partner Store List, detailing numerous retail locations across Japan where readers could purchase games, featuring logos of major retailers and convenience stores selling gaming products. This page from Weekly Famitsu dives deep into the world of Fire Pro Wrestling SPIG, specifically focusing on revealing the special and signature moves for the game's hidden wrestlers. It talks about the popular Fire Pro series and highlights the Fighting Road mode in G, mentioning the challenge of clearing it with all 26 characters. The main event here is the big reveal of the hidden wrestlers' arsenals. A large table lists numerous hidden grapplers alongside their devastating special moves and signature techniques, giving players the crucial information needed to master these characters. Below this, there's a handy list detailing the input commands for various actions and moves in the game, explaining how to execute everything from basic strikes to complex holds. There's also a small, unrelated health tip about magnetic necklaces on the side. This page is a goldmine for Fire Pro fans looking to uncover the full potential of the game's roster. This page reveals some exciting secrets for several games. The main focus is on Dino Crisis, confirming the existence of 2 hidden costumes you can unlock. After clearing the game, players can access the Army-type costume, which is a practical, survival-style outfit, and the Battle type, which has a more futuristic sci-fi look. The article notes that while the appearance changes, the character's abilities remain the same. Elsewhere on the page, there are various tips and tricks. For Ganso Family Mahjong 2, a password is revealed that lets you play the block puzzle minigame directly. There's also a neat secret for Fishing Master, heading towards Treasure Island, where players can apparently take control of the old man from the fishing shop. The Convenient Tips Corner section offers secrets for 2 other titles. In Burger 2, a method is shown to guarantee delicious burgers by scoring 100 points on customer comments. For Baldi's, a tip details how to access a hidden underground dungeon after completing the game, specifically by using the character Primrose. Finally, there's a call for readers to submit their own game secrets for a chance to win a prize. This page announces the latest comic releases from Aspect Comics, presented as a must-read lineup for the summer. These new manga volumes are hitting shelves in late July. On July 24th, 3 titles are released. The lineup includes the 2nd volume of Yugen Tama Diary by Sakura Tamakichi, described as a real-life daily manga. Also arriving is the 3rd volume of Osampo Dayu, an essay comic by Masumi Sudo, based on personal experiences. Completing the releases for the 24th is Nora, with all 3 volumes by Noriko Airi launching simultaneously, telling the story of a mysterious girl. Following soon after, on July 31st, is the release of Zoro Zoro by Shunichi Karasawa and Naoki Karasawa. This work draws inspiration from traditional Japanese rakugo storytelling, featuring unique character designs. Additionally, the page promotes the September issue of Monthly Comic Beam, set for release on August 12th, highlighting a new story titled Bottleship Troopers. The top corner features some humorous editorial comic panels, hinting at the chaotic, behind-the-scenes work involved in producing the magazine. This page is a full-page advertisement for the Tokyo game designer Gakuin and its branches in Nagoya and Osaka, promoting their various courses aimed at training the next generation of game creators. The school positions itself as Japan's largest and boasts the #1 employment record, highlighting that over 100 students receive job offers in the 99 fiscal year from major game companies like Namco, Capcom, and Koei. The advertisement details a wide range of programs, including courses for game creators, artists specializing in character design or CG, 3D graphics and motion capture creators, game planners, critics, sound creators, network game creators, and even game business producers. They offer different course lengths, from 1 to 3 years, catering to various learning goals. The page also mentions night school and correspondence courses for flexibility, along with upcoming school visit events. It's clear this institution is dedicated to providing comprehensive training across all facets of game development, aiming to place graduates directly into the industry. This page features a discussion titled, Let's Talk About Games, Volume 79, between Daisuke Narisawa, CEO of Cineplex Project, and a well-known game strategist and columnist, creator of the Derby Stallion series, and a person identified as Kazunaga. The conversation delves into their current enjoyment of games and the role of games as entertainment. They discuss how the way people enjoy games has evolved, moving from simple play to a deeper engagement with strategy and narrative. Narasawa mentions experiencing games like Star Wars, Episode In, and something called We're Stupid, reflecting on how immersive scenarios and characters drive enjoyment. The discussion touches upon the compatibility of other media, like the manga Glass Mask, with the world of games, exploring how elements from different forms of entertainment can resonate with gamers. They also talk about popular titles, like the Legend of Zelda series, and its impact on players. The overall theme is a reflection on the depth and breadth of gaming as a cultural and entertainment medium, examining what makes games compelling and how they fit into people's lives. This page is all about Koei's historical simulation games, with the main focus on the release of Taiko Rishiden 2i for the PlayStation. The artwork is dominated by a dynamic illustration of the protagonist, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, surrounded by portraits of various characters from the game, some with dialogue bubbles. The tagline declares his ambitious rise to power. It's set to release on August 19th for 6,800 yen. Below, there are screenshots showing the game's interface, highlighting the strategic and character interaction elements typical of Koei's historical titles. The page also briefly promotes other Koei games available on the Game Boy, including Sangokushi Ikitsuden 2, which came out on July 30th for 4,800 yen, and Nobunaga's Ambition, also on Game Boy for 4,800 yen and already on sale. This page clearly serves as a major advertisement showcasing Koei's strong lineup of historical simulation games across different platforms. This page features an advertisement for Koei's fantasy RPG, ZIL-OL. The page has a dark, atmospheric background and prominently displays the game's title, stylized within a large, glowing Z. Featured are three characters who appear to be the main protagonists: a female warrior wielding a spear, a formidable-looking male warrior with a spear, and a dynamic female character dual-wielding swords. Text at the top declares, "Finally, it's finished," and another line asks, "The world is." The ad positions the game as an unprecedented full-fledged RPG arriving this autumn. It details the release date as October 7th for the PlayStation version, priced at 6,800 yen. The imagery and text convey a sense of dark fantasy and adventure for Koei's foray into the RPG genre. This page features a striking advertisement for Koei's fantasy RPG, ZIL-OL. Set against a dark, atmospheric backdrop, the page showcases a large, enigmatic circular symbol resembling a dragon or serpent, a key visual element. Two distinct characters are prominently displayed: a powerful female warrior clad in armor and wielding a large scythe, and a determined male character in armor with a sword and shield. The text at the top promises the game is full of unseen adventures. The main message boldly declares the game is breaking a year-long silence, and that this fantasy opera finally opens. This reinforces the previous page's announcement of ZIL-OL, positioning it as a major new venture for Koei in the RPG genre after a period focused elsewhere. The ad also credits Jun Sueyoshi for the character designs and mentions Koei and the developer team Infinite. This page is a vibrant advertisement showcasing Koei's Summer Campaign, limited edition price down, event. Set against a summery underwater backdrop with the Koei logo prominent, the ad highlights a selection of PlayStation titles available at significantly reduced prices for a limited time. The campaign features a diverse lineup of games, reflecting Koei's breadth across various genres. Strategy fans can find classics like Nobunaga's Ambition, Shousei Roku with Power-Up Kit, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms Fix. There's also Genghis Khan IV, a grand simulation, and In the Shadow of the Storm, Bakumatsu Shishiden, focusing on the tumultuous Bakumatsu period of Japanese history. Beyond strategy, the sale includes winning Post 3 Program 98 for horse racing enthusiasts, Angelique, Requiem of the Heavens, an entry in the popular Otome game series, and Aizuban Haushin Enji, likely an enhanced version of their fantasy title. For a more relaxed pace, Fun Mahjong is also available. Each game box is displayed with its original and discounted price, clearly illustrating the savings offered during the campaign. The ad explicitly states that the sale is only while supplies last. This page features the Dreamcast Dojo column, focusing this week on the Capitol High Battle, which is known internationally as Tokyo Highway Challenge. The main theme is navigating the city's streets on a crowded night at high speed. The article talks about how this racing game feels great to play and is worth checking out. It highlights the game's structure, focusing on quick race and SP battle modes, as well as a time attack mode on the outer loop course. Players can customize their cars freely. Screenshots show the game's interface. Car selection screen featuring a Mazda RX-7, Typina 2, and nighttime highway environments bustling with traffic. Below the main racing section are updates and features on other games. There's a look at Mario Golf 64, describing its tournament mode and character options. Sega Bass Fishing is also covered, noting its arcade origins and focus on catching big fish within time limits, with a mention of a fishing controller. Pokemon Snap is discussed in the context of taking photos, likely for score, mentioning combining points from different shots. Beatmania Append Gotamix is featured with a list of designated songs across different genres like hip-hop, R&B, and jazz. Finally, Super Smash Bros. Is mentioned in relation to practice time and entering scores. The page includes score rankings for some of these games, listing player names, and their results from challenges or tournaments held within the column. The final section provides contact information for submitting entries to the Dreamcast Dojo. This page is part of the weekly Gundam Power feature, showcasing the latest and greatest in Gundam merchandise. This edition focuses on movable figures and models, highlighting two distinct product lines. Featured prominently is the Chogokin Movable Warrior RX-78 Gundam, a higher-end figure line promising detailed articulation and construction, shown striking various poses, including standing alongside a pilot figure. In contrast, the Mobile Twin Action Series is presented as a more affordable option, designed for dynamic battle scenes. Photos display multiple figures of the RX-782 Gundam and iconic Zaku 2 mobile suits engaged in combat formations, emphasizing their posability for recreating action sequences. The page also includes sections for reader interaction, inviting contributions to the Special Attack Geyser team and Submission Geyser team fan corners, indicating this is a community-driven feature within the magazine. Overall, it's a dedicated space for Gundam fans interested in collecting high-quality, posable mobile suit figures. This page is dedicated to Shin Neketsu Koha Kunio-tachi no Banka for the PlayStation, a title in the long-running and beloved Kunio-kun series, published by Capcom for this console generation. Known for its unique blend of beat-em-up action and character interaction, this game puts you on the path to the national leader battle. The page highlights the game's core gameplay. Classic side-scrolling brawling, as seen in the screenshots featuring characters resembling the series protagonists, Kunio and Riki. It delves into the manly seminar where choices matter, asking, "Who and which will you choose, you bastard?" This refers to in-game events and interactions, suggesting the game incorporates adventure or visual novel elements where player decisions influence outcomes or character development, potentially granting different cards that boost stats like guts, intellect, defense, or attack. An exciting feature showcased is the presence of hidden costumes for supporting female characters like Hinata and Tomoko, displayed in various outfits from gym uniforms to casual wear. The page also announces the results for the All-Japan Leader Battle, second preliminary qualifiers, an in-game event or mode where players compete, with 836 participants qualifying. Finally, there's a note about the Famitsu staff taking on the challenge themselves, indicating the magazine's engagement with the game. This looks like a solid entry in the series, expanding beyond just fighting with character choices and unlockables. This page provides a thorough strategy guide for the PlayStation game Remote Control Dandy, specifically aimed at players who are finding the game challenging or stumbling. Developed by Human, this action title puts you in control of giant robots in combat scenarios. The main section, titled "To Those Who Have Already Stumbled," features a queue and a format where common player difficulties are addressed by an expert. It offers advice on overcoming tricky situations and gameplay mechanics, helping players improve their skills and progress. Screenshots showcase the core gameplay, featuring large robotic combatants battling in various environments, along with UN elements indicating health and other stats. The guide emphasizes perseverance with a section titled, "Life is 8 Falls and 9 Rises," encouraging players to keep trying even when facing defeat. Additionally, there's a stumbling robot encyclopedia section that introduces some of the game's key mechanical characters, including Vordain, Mordul, and Galahad. This guide looks like an essential resource for anyone struggling to master the intricacies of piloting these massive machines in Remote Control Dandy. This page features a prominent preview for the Super Famicom game, Fire Emblem Thracia 776. It's highlighted as a new release for the Nintendo Power Service in September. The main artwork showcases Prince Leaf, the game's protagonist, along with several other key characters. The text emphasizes that this is the latest entry in the acclaimed Fire Emblem series, building upon the world established in the previous game, Fire Emblem. Genealogy of the Holy War. Bracia, 776, centers around Prince Leif of Leinster, and introduces various new systems to the strategic simulation RPG gameplay. Players can expect to enjoy the deep world of Fire Emblem with these enhancements. Small screenshots provide a glimpse of the game's visuals, including both the strategic map view and character combat sequences. The page also details how the game was available, primarily through the Nintendo Power Rewrite service at Lawson convenience stores via their Loppy kiosks. It lists the price for rewriting the game onto an SF memory cassette. The genre is confirmed as simulation RPG, designed for a single player with battery backup functionality. This page serves as a helpful guide for players tackling some potentially challenging missions in the game Robot Pankotz. It breaks down key moments and techniques needed to succeed. One section focuses on mastering essential combat moves like the Rising Punch and Hammer Punch, highlighting their importance early on. Another section delves into defensive maneuvers, specifically the guard, explaining its timing and utility against opponents. The page also touches on specific mission scenarios. One involves chasing a suspicious robot named Spike, suggesting a pursuit mission. Another details a showdown in the Old Town, requiring players to fight a robot while being mindful of the environment, specifically avoiding the destruction of a particular mansion. There's also a recurring segment, Fall Down 7 Times, Get Up 8, which seems to offer a more personal or narrative take on the game's journey, featuring key robot Vordan and a girl exploring different locations like buildings. Finally, the page showcases a lineup of various robots featured in the game, listing some of the distinct models players will encounter, including Cameron, Hector, Sakhalin II, Gareth, Alex, Hulk, Gilmore, Donovan, and Bob. Overall, it's a practical guide aimed at helping players navigate some trickier parts of their Robot Pankotz adventure. This page continues the deep dive into the gameplay mechanics and specific challenges of Robot Pankotz. The focus here is on mastering crucial techniques for tackling tough opponents and missions. One section breaks down the fight against the formidable Cameron, highlighting the importance of learning the devastating Shuttle Punch. Another section prepares players for the Vordan Destruction Order mission, detailing the use of 3 essential moves: the speedy Jet Dash, the versatile Boost Hook, and the powerful God Upper. It even mentions fighting Spike and Ektool within this mission context. There's also a guide on utilizing the jump move effectively, particularly for missions involving aerial targets like helicopters. A recurring segment titled Fall Down 7 Times, Get Up 8 appears again, this time discussing the game's financial aspects, noting how destroying property yields money, but there are limits. Finally, a cautionary note advises players that completing certain missions can trigger new, potentially difficult ones. The page also showcases several robot models, including variations of Galahad, Turuns, and Lionel, providing a visual guide to some of the robots encountered. Overall, it's a practical guide, packed with tips for players looking to overcome key obstacles and master combat in the game. This page is all about the mecha action game, Remote Control Dandy. It prominently features the game's title, and highlights that it's a robot piloting action game, praised for its intuitive and exciting controls. The page announces that the game is currently on sale and is highly acclaimed. It includes small screenshots showcasing the mech combat. A key feature mentioned is the ability to play with 1 to 2 players, including a versus battle mode, allowing players to duke it out with their custom robots. The game also supports both the DualShock controller for vibration feedback and the Pocket Station accessory. As a bonus for early buyers, there's a campaign offering a special sticker sheet. It's a straightforward presentation focusing on the core appeal of controlling giant robots in combat, and the positive reception the game has received. This page features a giant robot towering over a city landscape, promoting a unique media release. The large text on the page reads, Natsu Yasumi Kyojin no Wakusei, which translates to Summer Holiday, Planet of Giants. This isn't just an advert for a game. It's promoting an original soundtrack album that comes with a bonus game disc. This disc isn't just audio. It contains playable mini-missions related to the giant robot featured. Players can actually take control of the massive mech and freely roam around the city, offering a taste of the action. The release is scheduled for September 22, 1998, priced at 2,800 yen. The visual of the robot in an urban setting strongly suggests a connection to giant robot simulation games like Remote Control Dandy. The bottom of the page includes logos for various convenience stores like 7-Eleven and Family Mart, hinting at potential retail availability for this interesting audiovisual package. This page features an advertisement for the official soundtrack of Legend of Mana, titled Seiken Densetsu Legend of Mana Original Soundtrack. It highlights the inclusion of the main theme, Song of Mana, and states the album is a 3-disc set currently on sale. The ad emphasizes that the soundtrack contains a complete recording of the game's audio, and was produced by the renowned composer Yoko Shimomura, known for her work on games like Parasite Eve. A unique detail mentioned is the use of a Swedish female vocalist in Stockholm for the opening and ending themes, contributing a distinct Nordic sound. The artwork on the page shows characters from the game in a forest setting with musical notes. Below this, there's an advertisement for Play Online, described as the world's first online entertainment magazine, which comes with trial and demo game discs. This page continues the focus on Legend of Mana, presenting an advertisement for various merchandises available through Digicube. Following the theme Song of Mana from the previous page, the artwork depicts the protagonist and another creature, possibly a rabbite, in a forest setting surrounded by musical notes. The page details several Legend of Mana related items. A fastest strategy guide for beginners is available, offering insights into the game's world, story, item crafting, pet raising, and abilities. Also currently on sale is a postcard book. Looking ahead, a jigsaw puzzle book is listed as coming soon, and the comprehensive Ultimania guide, known for its deep dives into game mechanics and lore, is scheduled for release in September. Beyond Legend of Mana, the ad also features other books from Square and Digicube, including the Saga Frontier 2 Perfect Works, a detailed art and guidebook, and a Racing Lagoon fanbook, both of which are currently available. Contact information for Digicube is provided for inquiries. This page features a striking advertisement for the Dreamcast title, Seaman. The focal point is the game's unique and unsettling creature, a fish with a human face, accompanied by the tagline, "That strange creature parasitizes your TV." The ad also proclaims, "Welcome to the worst 25 days since the Dreamcast launch," hinting at the challenging yet captivating experience of raising this digital being. Seaman is described as a raising simulation game, developed by Vivarium. It was released on July 29, 1999, offering a truly bizarre and memorable gameplay experience centered around interacting with this peculiar virtual pet. This page presents a compelling advertisement for the next Tetris on PlayStation. The striking visual features a hand gently cupping a globe, with colorful Tetris pieces falling from above and scattering across the world's surface. The background is a simple gradient, fading from purple to dark blue. The prominent Japanese text translates to a powerful message emphasizing the game's simplicity and universal appeal. There are no heroes, no heroines, no words are needed, no logic is needed, no one dies, no one is killed. There are no handsome men, no beautiful women, no monsters appear, no blood is shed, there is no war, there is no violence. It then states, such a game has surpassed 50 million units worldwide. The ad effectively contrasts the game's non-violent, accessible nature with the often complex and action-packed titles prevalent at the time, highlighting its massive global success through pure gameplay. The image of the globe being showered with Tetris pieces underscores its worldwide popularity. The logo for the next Tetris is displayed alongside a tagline that translates to something like, "The evolution towards a new century is here." The PlayStation logo is visible in the bottom left corner, confirming the platform. Further details include contact information and copyright notices for Bulletproof Software, Inc., the publisher. This is a powerful statement piece, declaring Tetris's enduring legacy and massive impact without relying on typical gaming tropes. This page features an advertisement for the Neo Geo Pocket, highlighting the arrival of summer and the new wireless unit. It promotes the new simulation RPG Dive Alert, which supports multiplayer battles using the unit, alongside other classic titles like Pac-Man and Puyo Puyo. This page announces the exciting arrival of the new wireless communication unit for the Neo Geo Pocket, making gaming possible wirelessly. It emphasizes the fun of competitive multiplayer battles without the need for cables. The page prominently features the game Dive Alert, highlighting that playing it wirelessly is even more engaging, especially in intense multiplayer submarine battles, as seen in the screenshot. The wireless unit is touted as easy and convenient, allowing players to connect and enjoy games with friends effortlessly. The page also showcases the Neo Geo Pocket Color itself, praising its impressive LCD screen, capable of displaying 146 colors simultaneously for a clear and beautiful image. Key features like the long battery life of up to 40 hours, the smooth control stick, standard pocket menu, and the choice of 6 console colors are mentioned. The Neo Geo Pocket Color is listed as currently on sale for 8,900 yen, while the new wireless unit is scheduled for release on August 19th for 2,980 yen. This page dives into the summer fun available on the Neo Geo Pocket Color, inviting players to get ready for their holidays with recommended software. Featured alongside a large graphic of the Neo Geo Pocket Color console are several exciting game titles. The lineup includes Big Tournament Golf, a sports game perfect for competing with friends, perhaps hinting at the console's multiplayer capabilities. For action fans, Metal Slug First Mission promises non-stop action and dodging enemies. Fighting game aficionados can look forward to Samurai Showdown 2, highlighting character progression through unlocking graphics and training your favorite warriors. And for puzzle enthusiasts, Puyo Puyo 2 is presented with new features like single-player autosave and customization options for the game's appearance. These games showcase the diverse experiences available on the Neo Geo Pocket Color, making it a great companion for summer adventures. This page continues to showcase the exciting summer lineup for the Neo Geo Pocket Color, featuring a mix of genres perfect for on-the-go gaming. Prominently displayed are classic SNK fighting characters like Terry and N.D. Bogard, representing Fatal Fury First Contact, an action-packed fighter bringing the iconic series to the portable console. Baseball fans aren't left out with Neo Geo Pocket Baseball, a sports title that even includes an edit mode to create your own dream team. Adding some retro flavor, the legendary Pac-Man makes his appearance, presented as a complete and faithful port of the classic arcade maze game. For puzzle enthusiasts, Magical Drop Pocket offers its signature fast-paced, strategic, bubble-bursting action, while Shanghai Mini provides a compact version of the tile-matching puzzle, perfect for quick, challenging sessions. The page highlights that these titles offer deep and engaging gameplay experiences, ready for players to take on their summer adventures in '99. This page shifts focus to the upcoming Dreamcast release of the legendary fighting game, The King of Fighters Dream Match 1999. Dominating the page are striking illustrations of series icons Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami, setting the stage for the epic battles within. Showcased are screenshots of the intense 3-on-3 team battles KOF is known for. The game boasts an impressive roster of 38 characters, bringing together fighters from across the KOF saga onto the powerful Dreamcast hardware. This looks like a definitive version for fans, promising the classic KOF action on a new platform. There's also a special campaign highlighted, celebrating the release and linking it to the Neo Geo Pocket title King of Fighters Jar 2. Players are encouraged to create original custom moves in KOF R2 and submit them for a chance to win a unique model KOF Seiko watch. It's a cool cross-promotion, showing Stank's commitment across their different platforms. This page dives into the exciting connectivity features between the King of Fighters Dream Match 1999 on Dreamcast and King of Fighters R2 on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. It highlights that exchanging data between these two versions unlocks unique bonuses in both games. One key benefit is revealing secret visuals in the Dreamcast KOF Dream Match 1999. By transferring battle data from KOF R2, players can unlock special illustrations, adding extra depth for fans. The page shows a secret stamp icon related to this unlock. Conversely, sending data from the Dreamcast version to KOF R2 on the Neo Geo Pocket allows players to acquire new techniques or special moves. Screenshots illustrate this process, showing characters learning different attacks, promising to expand the strategic options in the handheld game. Illustrations of Kyo, Iori, and Athena, along with various character sprites, showcase the fighters involved. The connection method is detailed, requiring a specific Dreamcast to Neo Geo Pocket connectivity cable, which was sold separately. Photos show the Neo Geo Pocket Color hardware and the cable itself. Gameplay screenshots from King of Fighters R2 demonstrate the visual style of the Pocket Fighter. Finally, a small section teases the upcoming arcade release of the King of Fighters 99. Hinting at what's next for the series. This connectivity feature was a really cool innovation at the time, bridging the console and handheld experiences for dedicated fans. This page is an advertisement for the PlayStation game Sanyo Pachinko Paradise. The game is a simulation featuring two popular pachinko machines from Sanyo, CR Umi Monogatari S5 and Crossing Bukanjima. The ad features a large, winking anime girl in a bikini holding fans, depicting the two pachinko machine screens. Below her are two smaller chibi-style characters, also excited about the game. The text highlights that the game includes these two major popular models and is a practical strategy simulation. It also mentions a campaign where players can get a password from the game's strategy mode to receive a present. The advertisement states the release date is July 29th, and the standard price is 4,800 yen, noting compatibility with the DualShock controller. The publisher is IREM.
This is clearly aimed at fans of these specific pachinko machines who want to practice or play them at home.
This page features a multi-panel comic strip titled Ten Kara Torute. The strip showcases characters in a comedic fantasy setting. One panel features a character identified as Kondo Ruru. The dialogue includes characters named Sidre and Cointreau, discussing topics like freely wandering in hell and a plan to kill witches. The bottom of the page serves as an advertisement, announcing that volumes 1 through 7 of the Ten Kara Torute manga series are currently on sale. The art style is typical of Japanese manga from the period, featuring expressive characters and dynamic panels. This page presents a multi-panel comic strip. The panels show characters in various scenes, starting with a dialogue between two figures. One asks, "How shall we have fun this time?" To which the reply is, "You'll understand if you watch." The scene shifts to an external view of a modern building. Then a close-up of feet, walking with a sense of movement, emphasized by repeated no-say text. A female character reacts with surprise and a ge sound effect. A group watches from a hallway with confused kura sounds. The action escalates with a dynamic panel showing small demon-like characters being repelled amidst frantic kai and dodo sound effects, accompanied by the shout, "No good, turn back here!" The final panel shows a group of characters in a hallway reacting with laughter and surprise, using kura and jij sound effects. Vertical text to the side briefly introduces key characters from the comic, describing them as witches or devils with distinct personalities. This page continues the comic strip from the previous page, diving further into the bizarre events unfolding. The panels show citizens running in panic, seemingly from something unseen, emphasized by a speedline effect. We then see characters reacting to the chaos. One expresses confusion with a simple, Another scene depicts small figures in a park, with commentary mentioning them grabbing buttocks and planning a move, suggesting a mischievous or controlling force is at play. Two characters observe, noting that even ordinary people are acting strangely, as if possessed. The main character in the bottom panel questions, "Controlling them?" before reacting with surprise, "Huh?" The vertical text along the side provides brief introductions to characters, naming them Sidre, Cointreau, and Granite, describing them as angels or daughters of devils, with quirky traits like being clumsy, pretending to be refined, or plotting moves. The page focuses on the escalating mystery and the main character's bewildered reactions to the widespread, unusual behavior. This page continues the comic strip from the previous page, where the characters grapple with the mysterious behavior of humans. The girl with the bow declares the strange events are the work of angels, and the small figures seen before confirm they are controlling humans, asking, "Who are those angels?" The main characters realize this has happened before. The vertical text promotes a question corner for the manga artist, promising a gift featuring the title logo from the previous page for those whose questions are featured. Below the comic, the page includes the Ruru Ruru Sensei question corner. One question asks the manga artist what career they would pursue, if not manga, and what music they listen to while working. The artist replies they might be a scholar or prime minister and listen to a bossa nova album by Shiratori, noting those are also tough jobs. The bottom right panel shows Sidre remarking on the successful control of humans. This page continues the comic strip, picking up from the discussion about angels controlling humans in past events. The character Sidre reflects on a similar situation about 800 years ago, stating they enjoyed controlling humans back then too. They recall a time when humans killed many witches, creating quite a spectacle. Eventually, the remaining witches retreated and disappeared into the demon world. Sidre finds it particularly amusing that after the witches were gone, the very humans who had been friendly with witches started accusing and claiming each other were witches, causing a huge fuss. The panels visually depict historical scenes, potentially relating to witch trials or purges, reinforcing the narrative of humans turning on those associated with magic. The comic offers a cynical perspective on human nature and their susceptibility to manipulation. This page continues the comic strip, featuring two characters discussing a plan involving a witch. The character with the halo asks if this time will be like a previous occasion, while the one wearing a hat recalls making a small device back then to avoid detection by the witch. The halo character points out that the current device is quite large, which surprises the hat-wearing character who questions why it was made so big. The halo character expresses concern that its size will reveal them to the witch,
criticizing the hat-wearing character named Sidre for not making it smaller. Sidre calmly explains the large size was intentional, stating it's to expose her. The halo character accepts this explanation, saying, "Oh, so that was it." The scene then abruptly changes to an exterior shot of a grand, ancient-looking building, causing the halo character to react with shock and surprise. Below the comic, there is information about a drama CD for the series, titled Tenshi Kara Torte. It lists the cast and staff involved in the production. The price is also mentioned as 3,059 yen, including tax.
This page continues the comic strip, with Tort questioning Sidre inside the imposing building they unexpectedly arrived at. Tort expresses concern about being exposed, while Sidre makes a dry remark about Torte's inability to think. Sidre reveals that he has been in contact with the witch and has been evaluating her intelligence, concluding that she is quite intellectually weak, about the same level as Torte. Despite this, Sidre posits that given her large size, the witch must have realized that the strange sphere is the reason for the humans becoming abnormal. He anticipates that she will attempt to destroy the sphere. Sidre then explains that external attacks are ineffective against that thing, meaning the only way to deal with it is to get inside and destroy it from within. This page continues the comic strip, with Tort expressing confusion to Sidre about his actions. Tort initially assumes Sidre is simply enjoying himself after arriving at the place where the witch appeared, but Sidre calmly states he won't kill her. This baffles Tort, who doesn't understand why Sidre is there, or what his purpose is if not to eliminate the witch, suggesting that the idea of killing a witch is outdated. Sidre reveals his true intention is to build the status of the heavenly world. From this point forward, the bottom panel introduces the character designated as Witch equals Nepetto, and shows her stating that her actions, implied to be related to the ongoing situation, are for the purpose of capturing someone alive. The story is set to continue in the next issue, scheduled for release on July 30th. This page features a thorough strategy guide for the midpoint of Legend of Mana, titled The Underworld. It highlights the complexities players encounter as the story progresses, noting that things become more difficult and maze-like. The guide details two specific quests. Quest A, The Crimson Desert, focuses on rescuing the character Lark. It outlines the steps needed to navigate the area, including getting blessings, and finding the boss, Seraph. It also warns players about Seraph's attacks. Quest B, Davil is Gone, describes an event where the character Davil disappears. It mentions navigating a path to the 4th floor of the Palace of Darkness, and notes that touching the shadow enemies encountered along the way will result in quest failure. A map is included to help players navigate these areas, emphasizing that the map is useful for keeping track of one's location in the often confusing environments. A section lists the combinations of monsters that appear in these areas. Additionally, there's a comment from director Koichi Ishii, who reflects on players reaching this stage of the game, and comments on the character Davil's situation. Finally, a mini encyclopedia section highlights items dropped by specific enemies, showing entries for the Ice Plant and Carmilla, and listing their potential drops. This page continues the Legend of Mana strategy guide, focusing on the challenging area known as the Dump. It highlights 3 specific quests available here. Quest A, The Doll Who Calls Disaster, involves navigating a peculiar maze filled with surprising encounters. The guide suggests that taking a wrong turn might actually open a new, correct path, adding an interesting twist to the exploration. Next is Quest B, Father's Broom, which triggers after a previous event. Players will encounter Professor Bomb and a golem as they progress through this quest. Finally, Quest C, Professor Bomb's Laboratory, requires assisting Professor Bomb. Completing this quest is crucial, as it leads to the creation of golems, a key gameplay mechanic. The page provides a detailed map of the dump area to aid navigation through its interconnected routes. There's also a list of monster combinations that appear in the area, helping players prepare for combat. Director Koichi Ishii shares some thoughts on the dump, commenting on the player's progress and the significance of the area's events. Featured at the bottom are profiles for 4 enemies found in this region: Cacodemon, Gullfish, Caveman, and C-Jack, detailing their types and potential item drops.
This page dives into the Legend of Mana strategy guide, focusing on the areas of Medora Beach and Port Polpota. It provides a detailed map of Medora Beach, outlining its various sections and points of interest like treasures, bosses, and even penguins. A section lists the monster combinations you'll face in different numbered locations on the map, helping players prepare for combat encounters. The guide highlights 2 quests. The first, Desert Memory, begins at Medora Beach and involves navigating through areas like Sunrise Cape and King's Cape, culminating in a battle against the boss Full Metal Hager. You can revisit the cleared area afterward. The second quest, Memories Sleep Among the Waves, links Port Polpota and Medora Beach. Triggered. After completing certain prerequisites, it sends you to Port Polpota's harbor, then to a cove to eavesdrop on sailors discussing a captured siren, before returning to a specific point at Medora Beach. Port Polpota is also where you acquire the Rusty Lightning Bolt artifact. Director Koichi Ishii provides insights on Medora Beach, mentioning a unique crab-bashing minigame and the opportunity to obtain powerful weapons. He advises players to consider strategic land placement, especially concerning the Full Metal Hager boss fight, to gain an advantage. Finally, profiles for 4 enemy types found in these locations are featured: Spin Devil, Darkstalker, Chibi Devil, and Basilisk, detailing their creature types and potential item drops. This page shifts focus to the Mindo Ruins area in Legend of Mana, detailing its layout, quests, and inhabitants. It highlights the Stone of Destiny artifact found here. The guide breaks down the area into 3 sections: the Ancient Afarstian, where you interact with the Flower People to access deeper parts; Dusk Nikita's Commercial Road, involving a quest with the character Nikita; and the Cloister of Contemplation, featuring encounters with Danae and Eskad. A visual map of the Mindo Ruins is provided, illustrating the connections between different locations and marking key events or items. Below the map is a list detailing the various monster combinations players will face in specific areas. Director Koichi Ishii offers insights on the Mindo Ruins, noting that while routes might seem complex, understanding the structure makes clearing the area straightforward. He advises players to pay attention to event conditions and character interactions, particularly regarding Nikita. Finally, profiles for 4 enemy types found in the ruins are shown at the bottom: Lakil Cactus, Panzar Boar, Little Dragon, and Magic Doll, listing their creature types and potential drops. This page dives deep into the Vulcan Mines area in Legend of Mana. It provides a comprehensive guide to navigating this dangerous dungeon, highlighting multiple important quests and events tied to characters like Watts and Pokiel. The layout includes a multi-level map detailing paths across the basement floors, marking treasure chests, boss locations, key characters like Eskad and Molman, and important points for quests. The guide breaks down the area's challenges into distinct sections, including the Blacksmith is Currently Closed event, the Pokiel's Invitation to Dreams quest, and the quest to find Watt's Hammer. Each section outlines the conditions required to trigger these events and offers strategic advice, accompanied by relevant screenshots showcasing the environments and character interactions. There's also a helpful list showing the combinations of monsters you'll encounter in various parts of the mines. Director Koichi Ishii shares his insights on tackling the Vulcan Mines, discussing how to clear the area efficiently, dealing with the bosses, and notes about raising pets who can assist in the fight against powerful foes like dragons. Finally, the page features profiles for several creatures found within the mines, detailing their types and characteristics, including the Mummy Ape, Unicorn Head, Raster, and Ladon. This page provides essential knowledge to enhance your adventure in Legend of Mana, focusing on key gameplay mechanics like crafting, golems, and magic. It begins by explaining the process of weapon and armor crafting, detailing how combining base materials with secondary items influences the final product's stats and properties. The concept of renovation is introduced, showing how you can further modify existing equipment, and the mysterious secret power mechanic is touched upon, describing special abilities tied to crafted items. Next, the guide delves into golem crafting, a unique system in the game. It explains that golems act based on a logic system, determining their attack types and behavior. The page breaks down the different logic block types and provides examples of how combining various items results in different golem logic and abilities. It also covers golem synchronization with the player
and the chance of mechanical failure in combat. Finally, the page touches upon the magic system, illustrating how different combinations of elements and items affect the trajectory and rank of spells, influencing their power and effectiveness in battle. The information presented offers players deep insights into these complex systems, helping them optimize their equipment, golems, and magic for a more enjoyable journey. This page delves into mastering combat and the unique fruit-growing system in Legend of Mana. It starts by detailing the command abilities, outlining basic moves and techniques like slashes, jumps, kicks, and dodges, along with the inputs required to execute them. Next, it covers the powerful synchro attacks, explaining that these special moves require specific combinations of 3 different abilities to perform. Screenshots showcase some of these flashy attacks in action. The guide notes that balancing your abilities is crucial for unlocking and effectively using these devastating techniques across different weapon types, like short swords, axes, and bows. Finally, the page explores the mechanics of fruit cultivation in the orchard. It explains that combining different colored seeds results in various types of fruit, which can be used in crafting or other systems. A list categorizes the different seed colors, and an extensive table provides a detailed breakdown of the many seed combinations and the specific fruits they produce, offering a comprehensive guide for players looking to optimize their fruit yields. This page provides the final installment of a multi-week strategy guide for Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, focusing on the late-game challenges as the story reaches its climax. The guide emphasizes the importance of careful preparation before the escalating battles. A key piece of advice is to pause and strategically consider your next moves, rather than blindly rushing through the story. This includes focusing on training units to improve their levels and managing items effectively, which is crucial for success in challenging encounters. The guide also highlights the necessity of regularly checking Hugo's reports for updates on the world state, character relationships, and potential hidden events or information that can impact your strategy. Furthermore, there's a section dedicated to a significant side event, Reviving the Dragoon's Armory. This suggests a quest or series of steps players can undertake to restore access to powerful weapons or gear, providing a distinct advantage. Screenshots illustrate locations and interactions likely involved in completing this task. Overall, the page serves as a final checklist and guide for players to ensure they are fully prepared for the game's concluding chapters. This page delves into the strategic use of synthetic magic in Ogre Battle 64 to gain a decisive advantage in combat. It outlines the specific conditions required to activate these powerful combined spells, emphasizing that particular characters or units must be positioned correctly and cast compatible magic simultaneously. The core of the page is a comprehensive list detailing the effects of various synthetic magic combinations useful in battle. It breaks down these combinations by type, including offensive, support, and recovery magic. While the detailed tables are extensive, they essentially show which spells, when cast together by compatible units, result in powerful effects, noting the range of the effect and any additional benefits like status ailments or healing. A particularly interesting section highlights unique and powerful 2-user combinations, discussing their impact and even providing a priority order for certain elemental pairings, such as earth plus water or fire plus wind, indicating which resulting magic takes precedence. The page also visually explains the different spell effect ranges: single target, all units, narrow area, and wide area, demonstrating how the area of effect dramatically changes the tactical outcome of using these combined spells. Screenshots illustrate some of these magic effects and the units casting them, reinforcing the strategic concepts presented. Chapter 8 of Ogre Battle 64 introduces the Ogre enemy type and focuses on the Central Road Dardanelles region. This guide provides a map, base information, and details on terrain-specific wild units, aiding strategic planning. Key strategies involve base defense, efficient pushes with strong units, and specific tactics for defeating ogres. Their high stats necessitate careful positioning and concentrated attacks to minimize damage. Screenshots showcase battles and world map movement. A Story So Far section recaps Magnus's assignment, involvement in the Femina liberation, rising rebel activity, his pursuit of Frederick, and his anticipation of meeting Destin. This page continues the guide for Chapter 8 of Ogre Battle 64. Focusing on navigating the central mountain route through the Dardanelles region. The main strategy involves leaving units behind to defend captured bases while pushing forward with your core units. The guide breaks down the path, starting with advancing towards the location Galcayo, then securing subsequent bases. It emphasizes dealing with enemy units efficiently and preparing for stronger foes like ogres. A specific point details the terror of the enemy unit Pumpkinhead and how to counter them. Boss battles in this area are described as hit and away, suggesting that careful positioning and calculated attacks are necessary due to the enemy's high power. Screenshots show tactical map movement, unit formations, and battle scenes featuring various units including ogres. A side note highlights events in the town of Melfi on the 15th day, detailing opportunities to buy and sell specific fabrics for varying amounts of goth depending on the time of day. Another section discusses the situation in the southern region, noting it is under the control of the Revolutionary Army and mentioning encounters with mysterious creatures confirmed to be ogres. Dialogue snippets relate to the ongoing conflict and the presence of these powerful foes. Finally, a small piece muses on the name Ariosh, feeling familiar, and connects it to Destin, the boss from Chapter 1, describing him as a lone knight who hunts ogres. The next page continues the guide for Ogre Battle 64, advancing to Chapter 9, Southern Independence, set in the Alba region. The primary objective is a decisive battle against Gordislas at Southern Fortress ACCA to achieve revolution. The guide details strategic locations on the map, providing data on enemy strength and resources. A key focus is placed on the challenges presented by the terrain and specific enemy units encountered. A dedicated section highlights the threat of pumpkinheads, recommending specific tactics to defeat them. This involves deploying clerics and witches and using support magic like Dragon Breath or Ketobal Pos Breath to incapacitate the pumpkins, allowing your main units to attack effectively. Screenshots depict the tactical map overview, battle scenes showing units engaging pumpkinheads and other foes, and possibly a character portrait related to the chapter's events. The overall message emphasizes careful unit composition and strategic use of magic to overcome difficult enemy formations and secure victory against Gordiscolas. This Ogre Battle 64 guide for Chapter 3 focuses on the Southern Fortress ACCA battle. The strategy involves a phased approach. Establish a main advance route, deploy detachments to capture objectives like Jayobel and Fuja, and finally, converge at ACCA. The guide recommends 23 units for the final confrontation centered on Magnus. Key tactical points include dealing with enemy clerics, using support magic or crowd control, and a simple surround tactic for the boss, Gordislas. Players are advised to visit shops in Jayobel and Fuja to purchase spellbooks. Post-battle, the guide shifts to the narrative, detailing the Revolutionary Army's path and foreshadowing interactions with Frederick, leading into Chapter 2. The guide utilizes screenshots of maps, battles, and shops, along with narrative scenes. The next page presents a tactical guide for Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, specifically preparing players for the escalating battles in Chapter 2. It offers strategic advice and highlights key considerations for building effective combat units. A side panel discusses the utility of undead units, noting their ability to revive unless purified, and the possibility of fallen human units turning into zombies. It suggests using them strategically against specific enemy types, like clerics or magic users. The main focus is on introducing 10 recommended unit compositions for practical use once Chapter 1 is cleared. The guide emphasizes the importance of balancing character alignments, law, neutral, chaos, within a unit, and building different types of units, attack, defense, and balance, to handle various situations. The images below illustrate these recommended formations, showing how different units are arranged on the battle grid. Examples include a balanced party centered around the protagonist Magnus, various offensive formations utilizing units like knights, dragons, or beastmasters, defensive setups featuring golems, and balanced units incorporating support characters like clerics and witches. There are also recommendations for units optimized for training lower-level soldiers. The guide provides a brief description for each of the 10 unit setups, explaining their strengths and intended purpose on the battlefield. This page continues the tactical breakdown for Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, diving deeper into battle mechanics and character acquisition. It focuses on leveraging the different battle commands available to players, explaining the effects and ideal situations for each option like Restrain Action, Scatter Attack, Target Leader, and Fight Efficiently. Understanding these commands is crucial for controlling your unit's behavior in combat beyond just movement. The guide also clarifies the visual cues in battle, specifically explaining the meaning of red damage numbers on the screen, which indicate a certain state or type of damage taken. It then moves on to the importance of equipping your units properly, highlighting powerful items obtainable in the game, such as the Fiend Helm, Spirit Shield, Flame Flails, and Summers. These items can significantly boost a unit's effectiveness. Finally, the page provides tips on recruiting wild or unique characters that roam the map, suggesting methods to reliably add powerful units like hellhounds or golems to your ranks. This adds another layer of strategy beyond just assembling standard units, encouraging players to explore and engage in specific encounters to strengthen their army. It also briefly describes character types like skeletons, zombies, and ghosts, and their traits. The next page dives into Front Mission 3, announcing its upcoming release and giving us a first look at some of the game's key elements. It highlights the Wanzers, the iconic mechs central to the series, that the main characters will initially pilot, as well as teasing large enemy weapons and newly revealed characters. As a simulation RPG, the page notes that the game's world and mechanics are meticulously detailed. We get introductions to the starting Wanzers for 3 characters: Kazuki Takamura's Zenith Rev, which is highlighted for its high HP and mobility; Emil Kramskoy's Drake M2C, a USN model better suited for long-range indirect attacks despite its lower mobility; and Dennis Vikart's Rexon M4F, noted for its speed and internal durability, making it ideal for quick deployments. Each Wanzer is shown with artwork and a small combat image. A small screenshot at the bottom offers a strategic tip, suggesting that indirect attacks from the rear are often the most effective method in combat, implying a tactical depth to the battles. The page also mentions that previously unrevealed characters are being introduced, specifically naming Ryu Haifan in relation to his Wanzer, adding to the anticipation for the game's story and roster. The next page delves further into the world of Front Mission 3, expanding on the introduction of the various Wanzers that players will encounter and pilot. It highlights distinct units like the Retriever, a robust, versatile machine known for its powerful artillery capabilities, and the unique, multi-legged Ryuryu Type 4, which leverages its height for advantageous attacks and boasts significant durability. The page also introduces the initial Wanzers used by other key characters in the game's narrative. We see Elisa Takamura's Meridin M1, noted for its speed and suitability for support roles; Ryokusama's defensive type 107 Kyujun, whose name translates to Strong Shield, suggesting its role; Yunlife's Pa 2 Prop, a smaller agile unit, though it reportedly struggles in urban environments; and Ryu Haifan's Heavy Jote Type 1, a powerful machine despite its limited mobility. Each Wanzer is accompanied by a screenshot showcasing it in gameplay. This page continues our look at Front Mission 3, following the introduction of various Wanzers on the previous page, by presenting the massive fortresses that stand in the way of Kazuki and the team. The game features immense, mobile strongholds that serve as significant obstacles and battlegrounds. One such structure is the OCU Philippine Offshore Fortress, Dagat Ahas, a colossal floating fortress. Described as a mobile military base, it houses a vast number of Wanzers, vehicles, and even VTOL aircraft, capable of carrying up to 1,800 tons of equipment. Its name, Dagat Ahas, fittingly translates to sea snake in Tagalog. Images depict this formidable structure floating serenely or seen from a distance, highlighting its scale. Another key mobile fortress is the mobile giant fortress Koten Raiken. While primarily serving as a mobile supply and logistics base, it possesses powerful weaponry for area suppression, making it a dangerous adversary despite not engaging in direct close combat. This multi-hulled platform is shown in images, emphasizing its unique design. Gameplay screenshots demonstrate the intensity of battles fought on or around these fortresses. Combat can range from tight quarters engagements within the fortress interiors to wide-open battles on their sprawling decks. The narrative flow during these encounters is said to change depending on whether the player's objective is to attack or defend, making these complex and challenging stages. These giant fortresses are clearly major set pieces and formidable enemies that players must overcome. This page continues our look at Front Mission 3, introducing 2 key characters who become deeply involved in the story. We meet Li Jiangmai, a 43-year-old former elite soldier from the Dahan Zong Republic. Having lost his family in conflict,
He is now a drifter and a skilled Wanzer pilot searching the world. His profile highlights his past in the Rapid Response Regiment and the tragedy that shaped him. The second character featured is Marcus Allen, a 43-year-old USN Sergeant Major. Known for his cheerful and supportive nature, Marcus is dedicated to protecting his family and his comrades. He is portrayed as a seasoned soldier with considerable skill and a surprisingly deep perspective on life, despite his jovial demeanor. Both characters' roles in the story are hinted to change depending on the narrative path. Additionally, the page reveals a hidden feature in the demo version of Legend of Mana that, by achieving a platinum rank on all the available stages in the demo, players could unlock and challenge a special hidden stage known as the Retriever. This provided an extra challenge and incentive for players mastering the demo content. This page delves into the unique creature from the game Seaman, focusing on its young fish stage. The page features several images of the bizarre fish-like creature with a human face, showcasing its appearance and growth. It highlights how the user interacts directly with the seaman within its tank environment. A key aspect demonstrated is the use of a virtual hand icon. Players can manipulate this hand to grab, turn, and even twist the seaman, allowing for close observation from various angles. This physical interaction is presented as a crucial part of nurturing the creature and monitoring its development. The hand is also used for essential tasks like feeding the seaman and rearranging objects within its tank. The game emphasizes this direct, hands-on approach as a significant means of communication and caretaking, making the player feel like a genuine breeder interacting directly with their strange digital pet. The visuals show the seaman evolving, its expression and demeanor changing as it grows. This page continues the deep dive into the intriguing world of Seaman, picking up where the previous page left off, showing the creature's progression from the young fish stage to becoming an adult fish. The page features striking images of the seaman as it grows, highlighting the physical changes like the appearance of fins, transforming it into a more developed, albeit still bizarre, aquatic being. The accompanying text details these growth milestones and comments on the seaman's evolving appearance and personality. Beyond the creature itself, the page also explores the dynamic environment of the tank, specifically focusing on grass also grows. This section shows how the plants within the seaman's habitat develop over time, emphasizing that the entire ecosystem the player manages is alive and changing. Adding to the reveal, the page gives us a first look at the game's opening sequence. Screenshots display the prominent "Don't Panic" seaman title screen, which became an iconic part of the game's identity. The text describes the anticipation and mystery surrounding meeting Seaman for the first time, capturing the unique and slightly unsettling nature of the game. It's clear the developers intended to create a living, breathing, and evolving digital pet experience. This page dives into the charming world of Doko Demo Iseikayo, a unique PlayStation title that heavily utilizes the Pocket Station peripheral. The game introduces players to a cast of adorable digital characters known as Pocket People, or Pokepea, with the most iconic being Toro Inoue, the white cat. The core idea revolves around inviting these characters into your virtual living space on the PlayStation. But the real magic happens when you transfer a character to your Pocket Station. They essentially live inside this portable device, accompanying you everywhere. You can interact with them on the Pocket Station's small screen, where they are displayed in a simple yet expressive pixel art style. The interaction goes beyond simple care. You teach the Pocket People words and phrases, and they will learn and use them in conversations with you. This creates a dynamic and personalized relationship, as their personality develops based on what they learn. The page highlights this communication aspect, showing examples of the pixel conversations that occur on the Pocket Station. It's about building a bond and seeing what interesting or funny things your digital companion will say next. It's a game centered on friendship and conversation, giving you a virtual pal that's always by your side thanks to the Pocket Station. This page continues, exploring Doko Demo Iseikayo, highlighting the many ways you can interact with your Pocket People using the Pocket Station. The core gameplay revolves around teaching your digital companions words and phrases, expanding their vocabulary, and shaping their personalities. You can engage them in conversations, and they will use the words you've taught them, sometimes in surprising and amusing ways. Beyond simple chat, there are various minigames and activities. The page shows how you can play quizzes, where your Pocket People test you on the words they've learned. There's also the classic Japanese word chain game, Shiritori, where you take turns saying words that start with the last syllable of the previous word.
The frog character seems particularly keen on the communication features, suggesting connecting pocket stations with friends to exchange data, almost like virtual business cards containing personal information. Another interesting aspect is the diary feature, where your Pocket People character keeps a log of their activities and thoughts. The robot character appears to be associated with this, showing examples of diary entries, which can even include photos you take within the game environment. It's a fascinating way to see the world through your character's eyes and understand their feelings. The game truly focuses on building a unique bond through these varied interactions and shared experiences. This page dives into the upcoming Fire Emblem, Thracia 776. The feature highlights that the game is not easy and demands efficient play to avoid failure, emphasizing the need for strategic thinking. The article promises to turn confidence into certainty by teaching 3 fundamental battle strategies. It covers key gameplay mechanics like catch and release, which allows capturing enemy units to seize their items or retrieve captured allies, a unique feature to Thracia 776. Another strategy discussed is defense and effect, explaining how terrain and unit placement impact combat outcomes, stressing the importance of checking the parameter display to understand these effects. Finally, carry and back is detailed, describing the ability to carry allied units, allowing for tactical repositioning or quick retreats, a vital skill for navigating dangerous situations and preserving your army. Screenshots illustrate these concepts with tactical map views showing unit positions and actions. The page also features portraits of key characters from the game, including Leaf, Finn, Ocean, Ivel, and Halvin, suggesting these characters will be central to the player's forces early on. It's clear this feature aims to prepare players for the challenging tactical depth Thracia 776 is known for. This page continues the feature on Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, revealing details about the early chapters and giving players a tactical preview. The article emphasizes the game's difficulty and aims to prepare players with insights into chapters 1, 2, and a secret side chapter. Chapter 1, titled Warriors of Fianna, covers the game's opening scenario where Leaf and his allies are defending Fianna. It provides a map of the area, notes the enemy composition including soldiers and an archer, and advises protecting villagers to obtain valuable items. Key characters introduced are Dagdar, Tanya, and Marty. The boss for this chapter is Wiseman, a tough sword armor unit. Chapter 2, Coast of ISS, shifts the focus to a coastal region. The story involves rescuing Tanya and heading towards Leaf. This chapter introduces enemies like pirates and hunters, highlighting their strong attacks but weaker defense. Players can find stat-boosting rings from villagers here. Ronin is introduced as a character joining your group. The boss is Bax, a skilled warrior known for his defense. Additionally, the page reveals a secret Chapter 2 side story on Pirate Island. This chapter is accessible only if certain conditions are met. It features a challenging map with tricky terrain, warning players against rushing in. A boss awaits on the island. The overall presentation includes strategic tips woven into the chapter descriptions, map screenshots, character portraits, and boss summaries, offering a solid glimpse into the tactical depth and narrative progression of the game's early stages. This guide continues the Fire Emblem, Thracia 776 tactical overview, focusing on chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3, The Gate of Kelves, tasks Leaf with reaching the gate before the enemy, facing diverse foes like sword armors and mages, and battling the magic-resistant general, Lopto. Seifi joins the party here. Chapter 4, The Dungeon of the Empire, sees Leaf escaping imprisonment within a complex dungeon guarded by soldiers, emphasizing tight corridor tactics. This chapter is perfect for leveling up new units and finding hidden treasures. A secret Chapter 4 side story, The Stranger in the Wind, presents a challenging escape to a dangerous outdoor area with poor visibility. The guide also introduces new playable characters, Brighton, Machua, Lara, Fergus, and Karen. Chapter 5 of Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, Mother and Daughter, sees Leaf's group ambushed. They must battle Laird Chedrick and a seemingly transformed Ivel within a time limit, hinting at the importance of saving Ivel. The indoor map features diverse enemies, like Manicheets and Magi. Success requires careful individual enemy management and utilizing found items, including those crucial to an event involving Ivel and Nana. The boss, Parn, must be defeated to acquire his weapon. Nana is a key character.
Reviewer Giorgio Nakagi praises Thracia 776, noting its strategic depth despite unique mechanics like fatigue and strict turn limits. Here, he appreciates the classic Fire Emblem feel, character development, and exciting critical hits. This page features a special report on D2, also known as D's Diner 2. It's highlighted as an astonishing scoop. The game is an action RPG on G-Drum. This article focuses heavily on the game's battle scenes, introducing the terrifying monsters Laura will face and the weapons she will use. The screenshots show protagonist Laura battling grotesque creatures in snowy environments, utilizing firearms like the shotgun and submachine gun. The text describes the intensity of the combat, the focus on survival, and details about the different weapons and how they function in battle. It gives a glimpse into the gameplay mechanics, including aiming and movement during encounters. The article serves as an in-depth look at the action elements of D2, building anticipation for its release. This page continues the detailed look into the battle scenes of D2. It unveils some new facts about the combat Laura will encounter. The article emphasizes the sheer variety of monsters, stating there are over 20 types in total, with different forms like humanoids, creatures that walk on 4 legs, and even those that fly. 6 specific types are introduced here, each with unique designs, including Human Type A, Human Type B, Ranty Type, Monada Type, Diana Type, and Turna Type. The intensity of combat is highlighted, with a screenshot showing Laura facing off against 3 monsters simultaneously, something the text describes with surprise. Details are given on some key weapons. The handgun is equipped with a laser scope that helps with aiming, making it easier to acquire targets automatically. A powerful option for dealing with groups is the grenade, capable of inflicting significant damage over an area. Defeating these creatures rewards Laura with experience points, which contribute to leveling up her abilities. The page effectively conveys the challenging and diverse nature of the survival combat in D2. This page features a special report on Neo Atlas 2, a fascinating simulation game for the PlayStation. The core concept revolves around exploring the unknown world and constructing the world map based on gathered reports. It continues the unique premise of the series, where the very shape of the world is uncertain, potentially a globe or a flat plate, changing depending on the information you collect and trust. The game allows players to engage in trade, establishing routes and trading posts to manage goods. Utilizing data from previous expeditions or reports is key to expanding your economic influence. Beyond exploration and trade, the game encourages searching for mysteries and episodes scattered throughout the world. Finding specific items, referred to here as rumored spheres, influences events, and expands the in-game encyclopedia. Screenshots showcase the exploration interface, trade menus, dialogue choices that affect the world's shape, and intriguing visuals of the creatures inhabiting the unknown lands. It presents a deep simulation experience, centered on discovery and shaping the world through your own choices. This page provides a comprehensive look at Neo Atlas 2, starting with its helpful tutorial and convenient new gameplay features, then delving into the unfolding human drama at sea. The top section highlights the game's tutorial, guided by the familiar character Miguel. It covers essential systems like map creation, interacting with rumor balloons, conducting investigations, and managing trade routes. There's even a minigame linked to the tutorial that rewards players with gold for the main game. The page also details welcome new features, such as automatic route setting, which intelligently navigates ships around land, a vibration function that alerts players to rumors or disasters via controller feedback, production markers that clearly indicate ports producing desired trade goods, and streamlined investigation target selection. Below, the focus shifts to the game's narrative and its diverse cast of characters. The story centers around adventures on the sea, featuring returning explorers and new admirals. Key figures include Gomes, still missing from the previous game, Barres, who is searching for him, Paldi, and the newly introduced female admiral Maria Almeida. The plot involves mysterious figures confronting pirates, including the formidable Ragnar. Maria Almeida is highlighted, a determined admiral seeking the sunken ship of her family, possessing unique diving skills learned from a character from the previous game, Torres. The page hints at conflicts between characters like Paldi and Ragnar, promising a rich story of exploration, mystery, and personal quests. This page is a special feature on Street Fighter Alpha 3 for the Sega Dreamcast. The top section announces the game's release on July 30th and highlights its network capabilities, including downloadable battle data
and upcoming network battles hosted by Capcom. Below, the page introduces several characters and unique gameplay modes. It details the ranked characters feature, and then highlights specific characters and challenges. Guile is shown under the custom type section, noting the quick recovery of his super combo. Ken is featured in the time attack challenge section, discussing a tough trial mode specifically for him. Finally, Dan Hibiki is presented in the 100-person Kumite mode, a challenging endurance trial where players face 100 opponents consecutively with limited health recovery. The article also touches on the network battle entry method, explaining how players can participate in online matches via the Capcom homepage, mentioning data downloads and specific event details. Screenshots throughout the page showcase gameplay featuring characters like Guile, Ken, and Dan in various modes, giving a glimpse of the game's visuals and action on the Dreamcast. This page clearly aims to build hype for Alpha 3's network features and unique character challenges. This page features the column Ganso Mizutama Honpo, by text and illustration from Mizutama Kanojo. The focus this week is on the game character Itari Milano, and her title, Milano's Part-Time Job Collection, for the PlayStation. The article discusses this game as a collection of mini-games based around various part-time jobs. The reviewer praises the character design as cute, and highlights the fresh concept of playing through different jobs. They mention working as a waitress and other roles, earning money within the game to buy furniture and customize a room. While appreciating the character's charm, they note that some of the mini-games can be surprisingly challenging simulations. The illustrations show Milano in action, alongside smaller depictions of characters and scenes from the game's part-time jobs. A side note from July 1997 mentions the upcoming issue will have a surprise. Other small segments on the page feature characters like Banana Captain and a cat, possibly hinting at other character features or segments within the column. This page is from the Vitamin Yaru column, featuring an illustration of a muscular, horned figure and credited to Mori Miguel. The main highlight is a 4-panel manga titled High School Girl Wearing Camouflage Uniform, contributed by various artists, covering themes like great research, middle-aged article, and criticism. The page also includes several short reader contribution sections. One titled Things I Lack as a Half-Assed Person lists personal shortcomings like money, height, and women. Another section, Life Design, shares a humorous anecdote about ordering a police baton for a duel, but only receiving it from his mother while injured. Similarly, the Urgent Recruitment section describes a bizarre incident involving someone trying to catch a beetle, but getting buried in caterpillars. There's also a brief commentary about the troubles of computer viruses, mentioning one named Fireworks, and a mechanical dentist. Finally, a small note refers to manga artist Odawara Dragon. The content focuses on humor and personal anecdotes rather than specific game reviews this week. This page continues the trend of humorous reader submissions, showcasing a variety of quirky observations and jokes. It features sections like Calligraphy, where a reader attempts writing the name of famous musician Sakamoto Ryuichi, and Awards for humorous online finds and social commentary. Highlights include an entry titled, My Older Brother is the Second-Ranked Internet Criminal, referencing a marionette company and Silicon Valley, and another entry humorously connecting the game Ape Escape, referred to phonetically as Sarugesu, with a strange observation about the lack of girls with mesh hairstyles in Osaka. Another section, titled My Honor, details a student's elaborate plan to arrive late to their graduation ceremony, timing their entrance perfectly to Antonio Inoki's theme music. There's also a darkly funny Great Prophecy about a thank you letter for food aid arriving attached to a missile. The page is filled with this kind of offbeat humor and personal anecdotes, featuring illustrations and references to games like Zool and potentially Pokemon Pearl, alongside various cultural references. It's less about game reviews and more about reader-submitted comedic relief. This page continues with the magazine's popular reader submission sections, filled with offbeat humor and illustrations. It kicks off with Illustration Descent, showcasing bizarre drawings from readers. One compares Japan and America with humorous caricatures, another features simple stick figures, and others depict scenes like a person holding a dog with a reference to Nanto Suicho Ken from Fist of the North Star, and a dynamic fighting pose. Next up are You Too Can Be a Street Reporter, and a section titled Theory that Delinquents Have Many Cowlicks, which compiles short, strange observations and theories from readers. Topics range from complaints about prize money distribution to bizarre teacher habits, a provocative claim that schools are unnecessary,
and the truly surreal idea of dyeing shorts with liquid from a praying mantis egg sac. The Slaughtering a Pig with a Sentimental Feeling section features a parody of King Kong on a building, titled Mr. Rising Kong, depicting the giant ape lying down while being attacked by tiny planes, complete with ran 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 sound effects. The illustrations are crude but humorous. The page concludes with comments from the editorial staff, acknowledging the weird and wonderful submissions they've received. It's a collection of reader-generated comedy rather than traditional game content. This page continues with the magazine's reader-focused content, featuring several distinct sections. It opens with Juror's Heart, dedicated to submissions related to art and design, specifically showcasing entries from the 60-second Shawara poster competition, complete with quirky illustrations submitted by readers. The main feature is My Report, a collection of short, often humorous or bizarre observations and anecdotes from readers. Topics covered range widely, including a discussion about baseball speed, reflections on waiting for phone calls, tales of gambling wins, one reader, 100,001 yen on pachinko, a peculiar theory about the purpose of facial hair, opinions on Indian cinema, and even a report on witnessing a true righteous hero for an extended period. These reports are accompanied by small, whimsical illustrations like caterpillars or snakes. There's also a brief editorial staff introduction, presenting some of the magazine's team members with short, probably self-deprecating or funny descriptions. Further down, a section titled, What's on TV Tonight? Lists relevant television programming, including a mention of a show on TV Tokyo at 10 p.m. Finally, the Famitsu Town Meeting section serves as a call for submissions from readers. Under a Wanted banner, the magazine solicits various types of content for future issues, such as original 4-panel manga strips, with a diagram explaining the size requirements, life design ideas, illustrations, and general reports or observations, encouraging readers to contribute their unique perspectives and creativity. The overall tone is light-hearted and focused on reader interaction and humor. This page is the magazine's message board, or letters section, titled Letters. It features a collection of short, often humorous, submissions and anecdotes from readers. The content covers a wide range of topics, reflecting the daily lives and observations of the Famitsu readership. One entry recounts attending a wedding party for a Famitsu editor, mentioning various staff members and prizes. Other letters share personal stories, such as encountering a Siberian husky, reflecting on nervousness and gambling. Anecdotes about family members with peculiar habits like eating ramen daily, or observations about specific editors. There are also short reports on everyday events, like witnessing an incident at a ski resort involving a child and a terrible skier, or philosophical ponderings about the meaning of a phrase heard for 26 years. One message mentions going snowboarding with friends. The bottom left features an illustration by M. Ibiko, depicting a chaotic scene with figures in a room, including one wearing a gas mask, and elements that resemble a tennis court or recreational area. Overall, the page continues the magazine's tradition of engaging with its readers through shared personal experiences and quirky humor. This page continues the magazine's reader message board section, packed with interesting anecdotes and thoughts from gamers. On the right is the Wada Radio's Gradual Poimen comic strip, a simple, charming gag feature with characters reacting to various situations, providing a humorous visual break. The letters section is filled with diverse content. Readers share personal stories, like observations on daily life or interactions, and importantly, comments on video games. There are specific mentions of Konami titles, including requests for Power Pro Baseball 99 and Tokimeki Memorial 2, as well as nostalgic references to classic arcade games like Gradius, Kung Fu Master, Spartan X, Yar Kung Fu, Super Cobra, and the Castlevania series. Beatmania also gets a mention related to DJ battles. One reader even comments on using Microsoft PC software, possibly relating to business or simulation games. It's clear the readers are passionate about a wide range of gaming genres, from sports simulations to classic arcade action and dating sims. Finally, a small summary box at the bottom right highlights someone named Yatsuka, who achieved a perfect score on their 5th attempt in something related to video content, emphasizing a connection between gaming dedication and other pursuits. This page features a Reader Presents section, offering various games and merchandise as giveaways. Among the games available are Soul Calibur on Dreamcast, lauded as exceeding the arcade version, and featuring exclusive original stages. Eiku wa Kimi ni, a high school baseball simulation for PlayStation.
Soho Night, a 3D adventure game for PlayStation, where you search for a lost love. Street Fighter Alpha 3 for the Sega Saturn, a highly popular fighting game.
Photo Memories on Dreamcast, likely a visual novel or simulation game involving photos.
And finally, Harvest Moon GB2 for the Game Boy, a delightful simulation game focused on farming. Beyond the games, there are also goods, like an original strap related to the train simulation series, Densha to Go 2, and a special box and t-shirt giveaway. Readers could enter by submitting a coupon from the magazine, with a deadline of July 30th. The page also includes announcements for winners from previous giveaways, listed by game and product category, with future results scheduled for the September 17th issue. This page features a recruitment advertisement for Polygon Magic, a company deeply involved in Japanese CG production and game development, established in 1996. They are seeking talented individuals to join them as they tackle new creative challenges towards the new century. The ad showcases 3 prominent games they are involved with. Valerians, a psychic 3D action game featuring character designs by Yosuke Tajima, is highlighted with a summer '99 release window. Road of Fist, described as an exciting 1-to-4 player fighting RPG, is also set for a summer '99 release, notably simultaneous in both Japan and the US. The third game shown is Tomo Demo Crisis, a humorous homecoming game that is already available. Polygon Magic is looking for a wide range of roles, including programmers, designers, producers, directors, and audio staff, to help them continue creating innovative games. The ad provides a brief overview of the company's background and lists some of their previous projects, including work on movies like Gamera 3, to give potential applicants a sense of their scope. Contact information is provided for those interested in applying. This page features a serene image of a sunflower against a bright blue sky, advertising Enix's book releases for July. The main section lists upcoming publications, primarily comics and manga, tied to various series. Highlighted releases include the 3rd volume of the comic series Tokyo Underground, the 5th volume of the Star Ocean, the 2nd story 4 Koma Manga Theater Collection Promising More Laughs, the 1st volume of Kaguru Nostalgia, and the 4th volume of the Tokyo Kiku Hiden Togs comic series, teasing an impending major crisis. These releases cover different genres and formats, expanding on existing worlds from games and manga. At the bottom, company information for Enix Publishing Division is provided, along with their website. This page continues the theme of Enix book releases, opening with the tagline, Thick, Hot, the Emotion of Games. Prominently displayed are covers for the Star Ocean, the 2nd story novel, and the Monster Rancher 2 Candela's databook. The new publication lineup details upcoming releases, all scheduled for July 30th. It includes Volume 9 of the Twin Signal novel series, the 2nd volume of the Monster Rancher 2 Strongest CD databook, 1000, which is essential for any trainer looking to find specific monsters from their music crids. Also listed is a comprehensive encyclopedia for Pokémon Stadium, providing complete move and battle data for the original 150 Pokémon plus Mew, and a guide covering sea and river fishing. These new books are available at your local bookstore. This page features a vibrant campaign announcement from the store TV Panic, promoting what they call their largest ever game campaign. Set against a bright blue sky filled with sunflowers, the main focus is on a prize giveaway. The campaign seems to be titled something like Ultra Pika Du Pecan Goods Present. Customers get 1 entry ticket for every 3,000 yen spent at TV Panic. Gamers looking to boost their chances get an extra ticket if they purchase any PlayStation hardware during the campaign period. The prizes are quite appealing for the timers. The top special prize, going to 10 lucky winners, is a Sony Baby Wiga 14-inch television. The text highlights its high image quality, comparable to larger screens, making it perfect for enjoying games. The first prize, awarded to 40 winners, is a game rack, advertised as the ideal solution for organizing both game consoles and software on a single unit. It's a straightforward campaign designed to drive sales by offering desirable gaming-related prizes. The next page continues with the TV Panic campaign, detailing additional ways to earn entry tickets and showcasing more prizes available. Titled, The Summer of Games Has Arrived. This Ultra Chance campaign runs from July 15th to August 15th. It emphasizes that the more you buy, the more chances you get. Customers receive entry tickets based on their purchase value, starting with 1 ticket for a 4,800 yen software purchase,
2 for a 6,800 yen software purchase, or 6 tickets for purchasing 18,000 yen worth of items. As mentioned on the previous page, buying a PlayStation console adds an extra ticket, potentially bringing the total to 7. The page features the second prize, a CD wall pocket for 100 winners, described as a stylish way to store and display game software. The third prize, awarded to 850 winners, is a CD lens cleaner, a practical item for keeping game consoles running smoothly. Entry is via postcard submitted in-store or mailed, with deadlines in mid-August. This page features a major preview for the PlayStation-exclusive simulation RPG, titled Quad Kiss. The artwork prominently displays a large cast of anime-styled female characters alongside a powerful, streamlined robot, set against a backdrop suggesting both academic life and combat. The game is described as a school drama where love and battle run through, immediately establishing its blend of relationship simulation and strategic gameplay. A significant highlight is that the character designs are handled by Keiji Goto, the renowned designer behind the popular series Martian successor Nadesico, which would certainly pique the interest of fans of that era's anime and mecha genres. As an added incentive, early buyers of the game are promised a premium character card set, and there's a campaign offering special character telephone cards. This combination of appealing character design, a compelling genre blend, and bonus items makes Quad Kiss look like a promising title for PlayStation owners seeking a unique blend of school life and mecha combat. This page focuses on the Game Boy Color title, Pocket Lure Boy. Described as a fishing RPG, the game promises a unique experience centered around collecting and using strange and varied lures to catch a wide array of fish. You can collect over 60 different lures and 60 types of fish, including common types like black bass, as well as more fantastical ones like human-faced fish, and even dragons. The core gameplay loop involves becoming the top angler by battling 30 rivals. You can also customize your own home lake and collect caught fish there. Beyond the main RPG elements, the game includes minigames and features like battling friends and exchanging home lakes, making it a comprehensive fishing simulation with collection and competitive aspects. The visuals feature a large, detailed image of a fish lure, the game's box art showing a rather monstrous-looking lure, and several small screenshots showcasing the fishing interface, rival battles, with win-lose screens, menu systems, a home lake view, and what appears to be a slot machine-style minigame. Pocket Lure Boy was released on July 23 for 3,980 yen. This page features the Human Creative School, celebrating its 6th anniversary and touting itself as the world's first game school. They claim their practical know-how consistently produces high-level creative works. The page showcases 6 small screenshots representing student projects from 93 through 98. Illustrating the evolution of their students' capabilities, from 2D pixel art games to early 3D graphics in racing and action titles. The school positions itself as having the top history in game creator training, emphasizing a practical curriculum that begins with network game creation and utilizes the latest technology. They highlight that even students new to computers can achieve a high level of skill, producing portfolio-ready works through their project-based learning environment. Furthermore, they boast an outstanding employment record, with graduates finding positions at numerous prominent Japanese game development companies. The school offers courses in multimedia entertainment, multimedia 3D graphics, and network game creation, providing various pathways into the industry. Contact information and details for information sessions and school visits are also provided. This page features a summer campaign from Wambokoso, a retailer, running in '99. They're giving away a master set of prizes through a lottery. If you spend 2,000 yen or more, you get a postcard entry for a chance to win one of 200 sets. The prizes in the set are themed around different masters, including gadgets and toys popular at the time, like a Soundmaster portable music player, a Media Master mini LCD TV, a Topic Master Furby, and a Running Master RC car, among others like action figures and fireworks. There's also an in-store lottery offering skeleton goods, which are cool, clear blue items, like an inflatable chair and a travel clock, or discount coupons for buying used games. Additionally, the page announces the 3rd annual Dream Fairy Tale Drawing Contest for elementary school students, encouraging them to read stories and create art, with winning entries featured in a calendar. It's a fun mix of promotions covering toys, tech, and creative activities tied to the store chain. This page features a summer campaign promotion from Top Boy,
running from July 22 to August 18, 1999. The image shows a woman with a PlayStation controller set against a beach background, fitting the Happy New Summer theme. The campaign offers a lottery system. For every 2,500 yen spent, customers receive a Top Boy Lotto ticket with weekly drawings and announcements. Prizes are split into 2 steps. Step 1 includes coupons worth 10,000 yen or 5,000 yen, plus original design t-shirts and stickers. Step 2 features a highly intriguing PS Soft appearance right, implying a chance to potentially get a PlayStation game, along with more original design t-shirts and CD soft carrying cases. It's a straightforward retailer promotion leveraging popular electronics and summer fun to drive sales, fitting right in with the era's retail landscape. This page features an advertisement for the PlayStation game Robot. The large text and striking illustration showcase the title and the game's focus on customizable mechs. Robot is presented as a serious programming battle simulation. The core gameplay involves players building their own robots by selecting various parts and weapons, as shown in the screenshots which display customization options and combat. More uniquely, players must program their robot's behavior patterns using a tile-based interface. This allows for complex actions, from selecting attack ranges and power to dictating movement and defense strategies. The game emphasizes strategic planning through programming before pitting your creation against others in simulated combat. The page highlights the depth of the programming system, suggesting players can create intricate action patterns by linking functional tiles. There's also mention of an automatic programming function for newcomers. Screenshots show the mech customization screen, the programming grid interface, and the battle view, where 2 customized robots engage. Published by Nemesis, Robot was scheduled for release on October 14, priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax. The concept revolves entirely around designing, programming, and battling your unique robotic creation. The taglines, "Your robot alone, your strategy alone," reinforce this personal customization and strategic depth. This page focuses on Slaughter Gekikara, a patchy slot simulation game for PlayStation. It features a chat log between 2 players, Katu and Sati, who discuss their experiences and strategies. They talk about the challenges of timing real stops and developing effective techniques to succeed in the game, highlighting its attempt at a realistic patch-a-slot feel. The page also promotes the Aru's Official Guide Volume 4 as a complete strategy resource. Several real-life patch-a-slot machine models are showcased, indicating they are featured in the game, including popular models like Takodasu, Skylove 2, Wolfen X, Rainbow Quest, and BMAX. A campaign related to the game's Hall Master mode is also advertised, offering prizes for high scores. Additionally, a dedicated PlayStation patch-a-slot controller accessory designed for the game is pictured. This page showcases the B1 Multimedia Shop, a Dreamcast partner store, promoting their extensive selection and mail order services. Featured promotions include pre-order bonuses for anticipated games. The Sega Saturn visual novel With You comes with a poster. The seminal Dreamcast fighter Soul Calibur offers a clear file, and Martian successor Nadesico. The mission for Dreamcast provides a telephone card bonus. They are also highlighting the Dreamcast console itself as a new stage for 1999. Available for 19,900 yen. A detailed schedule lists upcoming releases for late July and August, including titles like Guitar Freaks, Air Force Delta, Echo Knight No. 2, Seaman, and Dance Dance Revolution Second Mix, showing release dates and prices for a variety of games. There's also a limited mail order offer for a soundtrack. Additionally, the page presents a substantial catalog of games available for purchase across Dreamcast, PlayStation, and Sega Saturn, alongside information for their various store locations and comprehensive details for placing mail orders, including contact numbers, operating hours, and shipping information. This page is an advertisement for the Tokyo, Osaka, and Fukuoka Communication Art Technical Schools, TCA, OCA, FCA, promoting their courses in 3D CG, animation, and game creation. The ad emphasizes learning the skills needed to work in the industry, highlighting a connection to Hollywood by mentioning industry-standard software like Avid and Maya. A major draw is the opportunity for internships at the effects company, famous for the movie Godzilla. The schools are hosting special summer trial enrollment events where attendees can learn cutting-edge 3D CG techniques and even meet Mitchell S. Drameen, a director from the Godzilla effects company, Centropolis Effects. The ad provides dates and locations for these events, and lists the various specialized courses available, covering areas like game creation, animation, CG, and digital media. This page is a mail-order catalog from the store Ikusan, specializing in video game hardware, software, and peripherals. The page features a wide array of systems from the era, including Neo Geo Pocket Color, Neo Geo CD, original Neo Geo systems, PlayStation, WonderSwan, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, and Sega Saturn. Highlighted items include the Neo Geo Pocket Color itself, listed with a price, along with various software titles like The King of Fighters R1 and Neo Geo Cup 98. The Neo Geo CD section promotes new releases and used titles, prominently featuring The King of Fighters 99, available for pre-order. Other Neo Geo CD titles listed include Metal Slug 2, Samurai Showdown entries, and World Heroes Perfect. The page also lists consoles like the PlayStation, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, and Sega Saturn with their main unit prices, and includes sections for accessories and used games for various platforms, such as Game Boy Color titles like Magical Drop and Game & Watch Gallery 2. The catalog emphasizes their extensive inventory covering hardware, software, and parts. Additionally, the page provides information on ordering methods, including phone, internet via their homepage, and details regarding payment methods and delivery. The overall tone is that of a comprehensive game retailer, offering a wide selection through mail order and online. This page announces the birth of Media Club, described as a fun and wonderful shop where customers will be delighted. The text highlights that Media Club offers the latest releases, popular items, and bargain goods, inviting everyone to visit. Below this announcement, it is stated that the previously listed Blut stores have now become Media Club locations. There is a lengthy list detailing these rebranded stores across the Kyushu and Shikoku regions, providing addresses and phone numbers for numerous locations. The bottom of the page features logos for popular gaming platforms of the era, including PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, WonderSwan, Sega Saturn, and Game Boy Color, indicating the range of products available. A friendly cartoon character with a television head and game controller hands appears at the bottom right, holding a sign that says, Media Club Yoroshiku ne. Please take care of Media Club. This page announces the Summer Campaign 99 presented by Media Club, described as a big campaign. It's aimed at those who love TV games but also enjoy being active outdoors during the summer. The campaign offers 2 ways to win. First, there's the scratch chance, where customers spending over 2,000 yen receive a scratch card for a chance to win prizes immediately in the store. Prizes shown include boomerangs, a prize, neckties, B prize, and character goods featuring popular game characters, C prize. Even if you don't win instantly, you get a white chance. Non-winning scratch cards can be used to enter a draw for bigger prizes. These include an RC racing car, specifically a Tamiya Honda S2000 model, a folding bicycle, fingerboards, miniature skateboards, and toy vehicle sets. Each prize tier lists the number of winners. The page also includes a long list of Media Club stores participating in this summer campaign, providing their locations and contact information. But this list is extensive and mainly serves to show the wide reach of the event. This campaign clearly ties into the launch of Media Club stores mentioned on the previous page, aiming to attract customers with exciting prizes for both immediate wins and larger draws. This page features a preview of the PlayStation game, The Silver Case, which was scheduled for release in fall 1999, with its price yet to be announced. The page is visually striking, displaying unique character artwork and scenes from the game that establish its distinctive and atmospheric tone. The main text delves into the game's setting and narrative, describing a futuristic city and exploring themes of civil administration, public safety, and the search for truth within a complex society. The preview highlights the multifaceted structure of the game, presenting different perspectives or cases under headings like Transmitter and Placebo. The Transmitter section lists elements such as Lunatic, Decayan, and Spectrum, while Placebo lists include Yuno, Hana, and Tsuki, hinting at the various story arcs or character perspectives players will experience. Developed by Grasshopper Manufacture and published by ASC2, The Silver Case is presented as a narrative-driven title, known for its intriguing mystery and unique presentation. The preview emphasizes the game's focus on storytelling and atmosphere over conventional gameplay elements. This page serves as a striking promotional piece for the Silver Case, the narrative adventure game previewed on the previous page. Visually, it captures the game's dark and mysterious atmosphere with a close-up view of intense eyes set against a grid-like background, suggesting surveillance or a digital realm. Prominently displayed in vertical Japanese text is the phrase "I," which translates to "kill the past," a powerful thematic statement central to the game's story. Below this, several cryptic English lines reference the Silver Incident, using phrases like "claimed a lot of lives," and unsettling, possibly stylized lines like "creased the hina" and "rubbed out the hepa," along with a line about naturally human instinct. These snippets reinforce the game's focus on a dark incident and the complex motivations behind it, building on the previous page's introduction to its futuristic setting and multiple narrative perspectives. The presence of the PlayStation logo confirms the platform. The page effectively uses visuals and minimal text to convey the game's intense tone and intriguing mystery, inviting players to delve into its unique world. The next page is a bright advertisement for the PlayStation game In Your Face, known in Japan as. This game is described as crisis imminent. Go home game, immediately setting a quirky tone. The page is filled with a grid of screenshots showcasing the game's distinct polygonal visuals, often depicting the main character, a man in a suit, caught in explosions, and navigating dangerous environments. Images also feature other characters, hinting at the game's strange narrative. A large, diagonal "now on sale" text overlay prominently announces its release. The ad effectively uses these action-packed and bizarre screenshots, alongside the unique genre description, to capture the essence of this offbeat title and highlight its chaotic, action-oriented gameplay. The price of 5,800 yen is also listed. This page is a vibrant and somewhat surreal announcement for something called Famitsu Satellite. The primary visual is a large, bright red banner or flag with the words Famitsu Satellite Grand Opening in white, along with "Welcome" in English, prominently displayed on a pole in a lush green field under a bright blue sky. A cheerful cartoon tiger or cat character is featured at the top of the banner. Large white text to the right exclaims, "Over there!" pointing towards the banner. The accompanying text describes Famitsu Satellite as something mysterious appearing in game shops across the country this summer, offering benefits like buying, reserving, and getting information. The only clue given is the bright red flag, presented as a challenge to readers to find out more by searching or asking at game shops, building excitement for what the summer will bring. This page is the cover of Famitsu 64++, specifically the September issue released during the summer. The big news here is the focus on Nintendo's future hardware. The headline prominently features a follow-up report on the 64DD, and, even more excitingly, a direct look at the next-generation game machine, Dolphin, which of course would later become the GameCube. This was a huge deal at the time, speculating on what Nintendo had planned after the N64. The cover is packed with images of characters and models, hinting at the games covered inside. Mario, sporting wings, is flying high over a collection of figures from various titles. Featured games listed include Ogre Battle 64, Star Wars Episode 1, Racer, Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, Mario Golf 64, which also has a course guidebook as a special appendix, Game Boy titles like Dragon Quest Monsters and Pokemon, and Super Robot Wars 64. It's a diverse lineup covering different genres. The cover also mentions a special price of 550 yen and promotes the first official Nintendo X Famitsu tournament, with an entry deadline of July 31st, aimed at players 25 and under. Overall, this cover is a snapshot of gaming in the late 90s, looking towards the future of Nintendo hardware while covering the major releases and upcoming titles on their current platforms. This page jumps into a collection of quirky segments, starting with a header referencing Volume 175 and some handwritten notes that seem like inside jokes or personal reflections, perhaps relating to rankings or events. The main headline announces the 27th Otaku Expo being held quietly, suggesting this is a recurring, possibly informal event, or a running gag within the magazine staff or community. On the right side, there's a multi-panel comic strip titled Yujiro's Turn, It's My Turn, featuring a character in various scenarios, including seemingly struggling with a game and later fishing. A note at the bottom mentions a picnic cancellation, tying into the comic's theme. Various text boxes fill the page, covering diverse topics, submitted or commented on by readers. There's a section on recent trends, noting that reader submissions are becoming more sophisticated, with an increase in digital content. Other segments delve into reader questions and observations, touching on games like Chrono Trigger and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. These sections feature a mix of philosophical ponderings, humorous anecdotes, and comments on regional peculiarities or pop culture, showing the magazine connects with its audience on many levels beyond just game reviews. The tone throughout is informal and engaging, offering a glimpse into the personalities and communities surrounding the magazine. This page delves into various community and personal segments within the magazine. The lead section features the 226th installment of Hiroi Uji's Maruten Sushin, highlighting Uji Hiroi's activities during rehearsals for a Kukai show, which, given his background, is almost certainly a Sakura Wars musical production. A detailed report humorously describes Uji Hiroi's intense photography habit during rehearsals, suggesting he was snapping countless photos, likely for a related photo book release. Another section titled Everyone's Recent Status offers brief, quirky updates from various individuals, sharing glimpses into their daily lives, ranging from enjoying classic monochrome films and manga to discussing gacha toys and looking at photos. Hiroi Uji's Mars Consultation Room features Uji Hiroi dispensing advice, notably commenting on the experience of buying and using digital cameras, and even recommending a Leica for those seeking enjoyment from photography. Finally, a significant announcement details the Imperial Theater Third Flower Troupe special performance, Red Lizard, providing dates, times, location, and ticket information for what appears to be a Sakura Wars musical performance. The page concludes with a call for readers to submit their own content to the Maruten section, reinforcing the magazine's interactive community focus. It's mentioned that Maruten Sushin is also a popular radio show. This page features a weekly fortune-telling segment by Fukuda Ariku-sensei, offering luck predictions for the week of July 26th to August 1st, based on birth month. The main section provides advice and ratings for each of the 12 months across different categories: overall luck, work, money, health, and romance. An interesting aspect is that each month's forecast concludes with recommendations for specific game genres or titles that align with the week's fortune, suggesting games like the Train Simulator, Densha de Go, Tetris, and various categories including RPGs, puzzle games, action games, simulation games, and racing games. The page also includes a reader submission section titled Lost Lamb Relief Station, featuring a letter from someone asking for advice regarding their job search. Additionally, there is a brief manga panel titled Yukio's Gotandawa. A key at the bottom explains the symbols used for the luck ratings in the horoscope section. This page presents a detailed release schedule for upcoming games on the PlayStation console. It's a fantastic resource for any player eager to know what titles are on the horizon. The schedule covers releases from July through to spring 1998, listing numerous games along with their expected release dates and prices. It highlights a strong lineup of titles that PlayStation owners could look forward to. Key games listed include fighters like Street Fighter X plus Alpha, popular RPGs such as Xenogears and Parasite Eves, and platformers like Crash Bandicoot 3, Warped. Fans of classic series could also anticipate Mega Man X4, and later, the groundbreaking Resident Evil 2, and an international version of Final Fantasy Version 2. The page essentially serves as a comprehensive calendar, keeping players informed about the steady stream of new experiences coming to the platform over several months. This page continues the comprehensive release schedule, expanding the focus beyond just PlayStation to cover upcoming titles for the Sega Saturn and the Sega Dreamcast, as well as hinting at the arrival of the PlayStation 2. The page provides a detailed look at games expected from late 1999 through early 2000 across these platforms. For PlayStation, it lists numerous titles, including major sequels like Parasite Eve 2 and Resident Evil 3. Nemesis, continuing the strong output for the console. The Saturn schedule shows continued support, featuring notable releases like Street Fighter Alpha 3 and Grandia. The Dreamcast section highlights its growing library with anticipated titles such as Resident Evil Code, Veronica, the unique Simulation Seaman, the ambitious adventure Shenmue, and the groundbreaking online RPG Phantasy Star Online. Early mentions of games for the PlayStation 2 like Kessen indicate the next generation is just around the corner. Overall, this page serves as a vital guide for players navigating the rapidly evolving console market, providing a clear overview of the exciting lineup of games expected across multiple systems during this pivotal time. This page continues the comprehensive release schedule, shifting focus to platforms like the Super Famicom, Nintendo 64, Game Boy, Neo Geo, and Neo Geo Pocket. It details upcoming software releases, including dates and pricing, across these various systems. The Super Famicom section shows that even in late 1999, new titles were still being released for Nintendo's 16-bit console, a testament to its enduring popularity. The Nintendo 64 schedule is quite active, detailing releases for the latter half of 1999 and into 2000. Notable upcoming titles include party games like Mario Party 2, showing Nintendo's commitment to multiplayer experiences. The Game Boy section highlights the continued strength of Nintendo's handheld line, with a long list of titles slated for release, covering various genres and demonstrating the platform's broad appeal. Finally, the Neo Geo and Neo Geo Pocket sections focus on strengths offerings, primarily featuring fighting games such as entries in the King of Fighters series, alongside other proprietary titles for their home console and handheld systems. This page provides a snapshot of the diverse software landscape across multiple platforms, beyond the main contenders discussed previously. This page announces release schedules and retail promotions for various gaming platforms. Release schedules are detailed for platforms including PC Engine CD-ROM, PC FX, Sega Saturn, PlayStation, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, WonderSwan, Neo Geo CD, and Neo Geo Pocket. Upcoming games mentioned include Silent Scope, Dreamcast, and various fighting games for Neo Geo systems. The WonderSwan section highlights games like Terrors and Pocket Fighter. The page also features promotions. Lawson convenience stores offer game pre-orders through Loppy terminals, including Dance Dance Revolution's second remix. The Super Mario Club section focuses on Densha to Go 64 for Nintendo 64. Digicube lists PlayStation titles available for purchase at convenience stores. Tsutaya highlights PlayStation games available for rental, such as Final Fantasy V2, Silent Hill, and Metal Gear Solid. This page features Volume 78 of Jun Hanyu's manga-style column, Pashi, Guide to the Game Industry, with the theme, Dinosaurs Are Scary. The author proclaims there are scarier things in the world than just dinosaurs, introducing various crises through illustrated panels. These crises include the Frilled Lizard Crisis, the Whooper Looper Crisis, referencing the strange appearance of the axolotl, the Clyone Crisis, likely referencing the sea angels featured in some adventure games, and societal crises related to different age groups of gamers, such as the old person crisis and young person crisis. There's also the vague Yusita crisis for hardcore gamers, and the morbid Bokuri crisis, where people suddenly die from stress or overwork. Top panels show characters discussing the author's fixation on dinosaur games, including a reference to Regina from Dino Crisis, and how just seeing a dinosaur can prevent someone from calmly going to the toilet. The author asks the editor what crisis means, and the text explains, "These crises are tricky ideas that hit readers and editors hard." The editor's note reflects the difficulty of working on this particular volume due to the content. The page ends with a teaser for the next issue, Hardware Fusion. The next page features the weekly DC Conspiracy serial, a column supporting the Dreamcast console. The main focus is an interview with Kenji Otsuki, who is discussing a mysterious new Dreamcast project currently codenamed BAD. Otsuki expresses his belief that this game has the potential to be quite scary, perhaps hinting at a horror or suspense theme. There are photos of him, and possibly development scenes accompanying the article. To the right, there's a manga-style comic strip titled, Hikaru Ijuin's Dreamcast Big Strategy, offering a humorous take on Dreamcast-related topics. The lower part of the page promotes the upcoming September 9th issue of Famitsu DC, releasing on July 30th. It highlights features on popular fighting games like Soul Calibur and Virtua Fighter 3TB, along with a segment on dinosaur hunting, which likely ties into the dinosaur and crisis themes explored on the previous page. This page announces the second Famitsu Entertainment Awards, aiming to discover and nurture talented next-generation creators. They are seeking passionate submissions across 4 categories: comic, novel, illustration, and drama proposal, welcoming both professional and amateur entries. The overall grand prize winner will receive a trophy, a large cash prize of 4 million yen, plus the category prize money of 1 million yen, totaling an impressive 5 million yen. The individual categories also feature awards. The comic, illustration, and drama proposal categories each award a Best Excellence prize of a trophy, and 1 million yen to one winner. The novel category similarly offers a trophy and 1 million yen for its best excellence prize. Application guidelines are detailed for each category, outlining requirements such as page counts, formats like B4 for manga, A4 for novels/proposals, B3 for illustrations, and submission methods. General rules cover aspects like submission format, contact information, and originality requirements. The message emphasizes that Famitsu Entertainment Group is putting all its effort into this, and the first step for creators starts here. This page continues the announcement for the second Famitsu Entertainment Awards, revealing a massive total prize pool of 10 million yen. The previous page detailed the concept, and this one lays out the stakes and categories. Alongside the overarching awards, individual categories like illustration and novel writing each offer a best excellence prize of 1 million yen, plus a trophy and certificate. There are also awards for excellent works and judges' encouragement prizes, totaling another 2 million yen. The page features a charming, dapper cartoon character, likely the mascot for this year's contest, designed by the legendary Susumu Matsushita. The page also promotes 1999 Gap in Toho, a game and anime party held at Toho Gakuen, serving as a kickoff event for the second Entertainment Grand Prize contest. Attendees could hear from prominent figures in the industry, including Saori Kumi discussing her work, like the novelization of Dragon Quest IV, and Dai Sato, a key writer for the iconic anime Cowboy Bebop, talking about setting and screenplay. The event also featured original anime screenings, character design exhibitions, and live performances. Additionally, the page highlights various seminars and events at Toho Gakuen throughout the summer, focused on digital animation, novel writing, and voice acting, featuring notable voice actors. The application deadline for the contest is set for March 31, 2000. This page features an advertisement for the Famitsu Bunko light novel label, highlighting their latest releases from July. The main promotion is a full service for all applicants campaign, offering an original telephone card. The featured books include After School Space War 3, True Story of Majutsu 2, Girl Meets Girl Arc, tied to the world of the Puyo Puyo series, featuring characters like the martial arts Beauty Rule and the mysterious swordsman Ragnus, Horus Master YV, Poem of Awakening, Tales of Fantasia, Azure Bond, the fourth installment in the novelization series, focusing on the friendship of main characters Cress and Chester. The page showcases the book covers and brief descriptions of the stories, authors, and illustrators for these new releases. This page announces a 1st anniversary campaign for the Famitsu Bunko light novel label. It highlights popular books already available, featuring covers for Mikagura Shoujo Tanteidan, Tale of the Yamato Demon, and voice actress Crisis. The extensive list of titles includes novelizations based on beloved game series such as Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Destiny, True Love Story, Horus Master, and the Madu Monogatari series, which fans know from the Puyo Puyo games. The page also previews books scheduled for release on August 20th. A separate section lists the specific works eligible for the campaign, including novelizations of Puyo Wars and Ogre Battle 64. It provides details on how readers can enter the campaign to win promotional items. This page announces Legend of Mana Card Duel, a trading card game based on the beloved Legend of Mana series. The headline declares that another Legend of Mana begins here. The page features vibrant character artwork from the game, including what appears to be the main character, a Lilty, and a Rabbite. Several examples of the actual trading cards are displayed, showcasing different creatures and perhaps items or abilities from the Legend of Mana world, all featuring official game illustrations. The text highlights that this card game expands the world of the original game and tells a new story. It's presented as both a collectible item and a faithful reproduction of the game's world in a playable format. This marks Square's entry into the trading card market. The advertisement prominently features the release date of September 1, 1999, with "On Sale" and "Coming Soon" banners. This page is a showcase for several trading card games based on popular RPG franchises. The top section features the Langrisser trading card game, highlighting that it includes a massive 214 cards and focuses on strategic battles of light and dark. A major draw is the inclusion of characters from Langrisser I through V, bringing together heroes and villains from across the entire series. The artwork utilizes familiar illustrations from the games. Below on the left is the Shin Megami Tensei trading card series. This appears to be an ongoing series, referencing multiple sets. The page displays a striking image of a demon or powerful character from the series and shows examples of the cards, which feature the unique and often dark character designs the franchise is known for. An official binder is also advertised. On the right side is the Star Ocean, the second story trading card game. It states that their story isn't over yet, suggesting the cards expand on the game's world. It features 117 different cards and highlights key characters like Claude, Rena, and Gabriel. The artwork includes a prominent image of Claude and various card examples showing character portraits. It promotes an August 4th release date. Together, these sections demonstrate a trend of popular RPG series being adapted into collectible and playable trading card games. This page presents a special offer announcement focusing on Mario Golf for Game Boy Color, potentially linked to Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, and a rare bonus or light edition. The main feature is Mario Golf GB, showcasing its gameplay with a screenshot of a course. The page introduces two new human characters designed specifically for this handheld title, Joe and Azalea, providing brief profiles for each. Classic characters like Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, and Yoshi also appear, humorously declaring themselves the champions of various golf clubs within the game. A significant portion of the page details how to order the game, and potentially the associated special bonus item, which the text confirms is related to Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, through the Loppy reservation system found at Lawson convenience stores. The process involves using the terminal to select the item number and complete the transaction. The content suggests this release offers new characters and integrates familiar Mario series faces into the golfing action, with a particular emphasis on a unique reservation bonus tied to another popular Nintendo franchise, Fire Emblem, Thracia 776. The game is presented by Camelot, credited here as Pros. This page dives deep into the special editions available for Fire Emblem, Thracia 776, continuing the discussion from the previous page about ordering via Loppy terminals. It showcases two distinct versions of the game for the Nintendo Power Service, previously known as SF Memory Cassette, a standard light edition, and a more elaborate DX pack. Both options are available for reservation through Loppy, with the light edition priced at 6,000 yen and the DX pack at 9,800 yen. Crucially, both versions come with a special bonus, a set of 9 Fire Emblem collection cards featuring key characters like Leaf, the protagonist of Thracia 776, and others, as seen in the accompanying images. To the dedicated fan, the DX pack justifies its higher price with a trove of exclusive items. In addition to the game download and collection cards, it includes a limited special video titled The World of Fire Emblem, super rare plush toys of a Pegasus and a dragon, and a detailed map of the Thracia Kingdom complete with pushpins. A screenshot from the game is also featured, giving a glimpse into the tactical gameplay. The page explicitly poses the question to fans, urging them to decide which of these enticing versions they will choose. This page focuses on Everybody's Golf 2 for the PlayStation, proclaiming it's the game to decide summer fun. The headline boasts a super power-up from the previous title, and 200% more enjoyment thanks to a ton of new systems. The page highlights what's changed, showcasing new courses, characters, and modes designed to please both longtime fans and newcomers. You get a look at the core gameplay, with a screenshot of a shot on the green, plus a detailed character selection screen featuring a diverse cast of golfers. The different ways to play are detailed, including the Tour mode and Status mode, which track your progress and stats extensively. There's also a section on items, showing how clubs and balls can affect your game. A significant addition highlighted is the integration with the Pocket Station. This section features a rendered image of a character and details how the Pocket Station can be used to play minigames like Minino Dragon and Minino Pinball. Playing these minigames allows you to earn points and items that can be used back in the main Everybody's Golf 2 game, adding extra depth and replayability. The page makes it clear that this sequel is packed with content and improvements, promising a deep and engaging golf experience. This page builds upon the previous one about Everybody's Golf 2 by revealing exciting new content. The main focus is on 3 newly disclosed characters described as powerful, boss-like figures, Bater, Turger, and Layla. Their profiles and stats are showcased, indicating they possess high abilities in various aspects of the game, which will surely challenge players. The page also emphasizes the importance of strategy for improving your game. A section dedicated to strategy tips covers various techniques, from playing against friends and rivals, to utilizing items effectively, and mastering shots for different course layouts. It promotes the Everybody's Golf 2 official layout guide as an essential resource for players looking to deepen their understanding and improve their scores. Finally, there is information on available publications and new releases, including several guides for various games. Notably, an official guide specifically for Everybody's Golf 2 is listed among them, providing further support for dedicated players. The page features gameplay screenshots and character artwork, offering visual insight into the game's world and its newest additions. This page is dedicated to the high school baseball manager simulation game, Eikan Wakimini 4, coming to the PlayStations. Described as the definitive version of the popular series, the game puts you in the shoes of a high school baseball team manager, with the goal of reaching the national championship. The game features a massive scale, allowing you to recruit players from over 4,100 schools across Japan. Success hinges on strategic decisions, rigorous practice, team management, and even conducting interviews to build the best squad. Heated tournaments will unfold as you lead your team through the ranks. The page includes various screenshots showcasing the gameplay, from the baseball action on the field to what appear to be management screens and character interactions. There are also images depicting the team's journey, possibly showing training or moments of victory. It highlights the depth of the simulation, emphasizing the importance of management and strategic planning beyond just playing the game. This page continues discussing the high school baseball manager simulation game, Eikan Wakimini 4, focusing on the appearance of special talented players known as super ball players. The game features the recruitment of promising middle school players who can become stars of the future Koshien. These super ball players are more likely to join stronger high schools, bringing with them exceptional abilities determined by various player parameters like pitching, batting, fielding, and stamina. Hundreds of these skilled players are said to exist within the game world, with the page listing some of the notable ones you might encounter. To strengthen your team and develop these talents, various training equipment is available, such as a speed gun, pitching machine, and running machine, all depicted on the page. The page also features dynamic artwork of a player sliding, emphasizing the competitive spirit of the game, alongside information about the official guidebook for Eikan Wakimini 4 and other upcoming publications. This page kicks off a new corner called Capcom Con Street Volume 1, which promises to introduce popular Capcom titles. The first game featured is the highly regarded action title, Mega Man X4. The focus is on the dynamic duo, Mega Man X and Zero, and their distinct playstyles in stopping the Maverick Rebellion. Screenshots showcase jungle and volcanic stages, highlighting the varied environments you'll traverse. The game allows you to choose either X or Zero, leading to two different stories and gameplay experiences. X primarily uses his powerful X-Buster, which can be charged, while Zero wields the Z-Saber, excelling in close-quarters combat and acrobatic moves. A page emphasizes how defeating enemies and bosses allows you to collect parts and upgrades to strengthen your chosen character, adapting their abilities to various situations. It also highlights the different ride armors available, powerful vehicles like the Hawk and the Stag that grant unique movement options, and devastating attacks, adding another layer to the gameplay. There's also a brief mention of related guidebooks for the game, and a campaign offering prizes to readers. This page presents a 4-panel comic strip by Mizushina Takayuki, titled Idink, Part 21, following his latest book release. The comic humorously depicts the author's intense obsession with the puzzle game Gunpei, a title where the goal is to connect and erase lines. Since starting the game the previous week, he's become completely engrossed, playing for 8 hours straight. Realizing the severity of his addiction, he tries to distract himself by watching TV. But even the stock price charts on the screen begin to resemble the game's grid. Looking out at the scenery offers no relief either, as his mind remains fixated on the game. His attempts to work on his manga by applying screen tones are also thwarted. He starts seeing the game's pattern in his work, and his thoughts are consumed by the idea of connecting lines. A side note mentions that this overwhelming obsession reminds him of the time Tetris was popular, and caused similar symptoms. The comic effectively captures the feeling of being consumed by an addictive puzzle game. This page details an exciting reader participation campaign where you can earn metallic Gabasu points through submitting content. Think of Gabasu as a special currency you collect by getting your contributions published in the magazine. The more your submissions are used, the more Gabasu you earn, and you can then exchange these points for some seriously cool prizes. The page illustrates the path to Gabasu acquisition with a fun 4-step comic featuring some distinct characters, showing the process from coming up with ideas to finally getting those shiny points. The real highlight is the prize list.
You can trade your hard-earned Gabasu for a variety of gaming goodies from the late 90s era. Prizes include PlayStation memory cards and Game Boy Color handhelds, requiring thousands of Gabasu. For those saving up, you could even cash in for software across multiple platforms like PlayStation, Dreamcast, Saturn, and Nintendo 64. The ultimate prizes for dedicated contributors are the consoles themselves, a Nintendo 64, a PlayStation, or even a Dreamcast, requiring the highest Gabasu totals. A brief section outlines the simple rules for applying for prizes, specifying what information is needed to claim your reward. It's a straightforward system designed to reward engaged readers for their contributions to the magazine. Note that certain items like Game Boy Pocket and Light models are excluded from the prize list. This page continues the details of the exciting Gabasu System Reader campaign, outlining some of the more accessible prizes you can redeem with your hard-earned Gabasu points. Think of Gabasu as a special currency earned by getting your submissions published in the magazine. Shown here are prizes ranging from 12 Gabasu up to 60 Gabasu. You can grab items like official Famitsu stickers for 12 Gabasu, a cool Famitsu notebook for 25 Gabasu, a Famitsu undervest or shirt for 30 Gabasu, or a neat Famitsu keychain for 40 Gabasu. Higher up the scale are a Famitsu sharp pen for 45 Gabasu, a sturdy Famitsu mug cup for 50 Gabasu, a handy Famitsu pen case for 55 Gabasu, and for 60 Gabasu, your choice of a Famitsu telephone card or a quo card, both featuring familiar characters. The text explains how to apply for these prizes, detailing the Gabasu cost and the necessary postage stamps you need to include with your application. Unlike the higher value prizes mentioned on the previous page, where postage might have been excluded, it seems you need to cover shipping for these items. You have to fill out the application form, attach your collected Gabasu tickets, and send it in. At the bottom of the page, you can see illustrations of the Gabasu currency itself, showing designs for both 1 Gabasu and 5 Gabasu notes, which are quite elaborate and feature cartoon characters, acting as the literal tickets or points you collect. This page highlights new puzzle games available on the Nintendo Power Service. The feature focuses on 2 titles designed for long-term play. First up is Picross NP Volume 3, the 3rd installment in the Picross NP series. This volume includes a popular character mode, which allows players to solve puzzles that reveal various Nintendo characters upon completion. The examples shown on the page feature characters, including iconic figures from the Kirby series, indicating the types of images you'll uncover. The other featured game is the classic Sega title, Columns, which is making its debut on Nintendo Power. The article describes its familiar Match 3 gem-dropping gameplay and highlights the competitive versus mode, where clearing blocks sends garbage to your opponent. Multiple screenshots showcase the game's interface and action. Finally, the page announces the answer to a special mode quiz from Picross NP Volume 2. The theme for that special mode was revealed to be The Wizard of Oz, accompanied by an illustration of the Scarecrow. The large images at the bottom of the page display completed puzzles from Picross NP Volume 3's character mode, featuring King Day and other characters from the Kirby universe. This page is a vibrant introduction to the character Nagase Raiko, prominently featuring a large CG illustration of her in a striking white and red outfit with long white gloves and boots. Her name is displayed boldly in large stylized text across the middle of the page. Below her image, a quote attributed to her reads, "I like summer season. I like white sands and the sunflowers that grow straight toward the sun. But what I like the most is you." The top right corner includes Japanese text and the branding Idol Studio, suggesting she is being presented as a virtual idol. A dynamic silhouette of Raiko is shown within this panel. The rest of the background is composed of various smaller photographic and CG images arranged in a grid, showcasing Raiko in different scenarios, including walking on a beach, posing dynamically, and close-ups. Credits at the bottom confirm her creation and direction by Namco Limited, along with details on filming cooperation, styling, and hair/makeup, emphasizing the professional production behind this virtual persona. The page serves as a character profile and promotion piece, highlighting Nagase Raiko's appeal and presentation as a virtual personality, rather than focusing on specific gameplay details. This page continues the profile of Nagase Raiko, the virtual idol associated with Namco's Ridge Racer series. We see more CG illustrations of her, this time in a relaxed beach setting, wearing a light blue dress and also featured in close-up portraits. The main text provides biographical details, noting her birth date as February 14, 1975, type of blood, height of 165 centimeters, and measurements B85 W58 H84. It mentions her appearance on the cover and in gravure sections of the magazine, identifying her as the beautiful CG girl from Namco. The text highlights her role as the race queen in the PlayStation software R4, Ridge Racer Type 4, and Ridge Racer. It notes that she became quite popular after her debut at next-generation PlayStation press conferences, captivating audiences with her lively smile. The profile mentions she's currently taking a short break, but asks readers to look forward to seeing her smile again soon. This page reinforces her status as a prominent virtual personality created for the gaming world, particularly for the Ridge Racer franchise. This page continues featuring Nagase Raiko, the CG idol synonymous with Namco's Ridge Racer series. We see more vibrant artwork of her, styled in a light blue dress against a bright, serene beach environment. The page highlights a special giveaway for readers, offering a limited edition Nagase Raiko telephone card. 30 lucky fans have the chance to win this exclusive item by sending in a postcard with their details before the August 6th deadline. It's a cool little piece of memorabilia for fans of the virtual race queen. This page presents a special feature dedicated to fireworks displays across Japan. Titled, This Week's Topic, Fireworks Displays Across Japan. The article highlights various summer fireworks events across the country. The page is organized by geographical region, with sections covering Hokuriku, Hokkaido, Tohoku, Kansai, Chugoku, Shikoku, Chubu, Kanto, and Kyushu Okinawa. Each regional section lists specific fireworks festivals, providing details such as the event name, date, location, and the scale of the display, often mentioning the number of fireworks launched. The page includes multiple vibrant images, showcasing different fireworks displays, and features a central colored map illustrating the various regions of Japan being covered. This special section serves as a guide for readers interested in attending summer fireworks events. This page presents a mixed bag of merchandise, split between general goods and specific game character items. The upper section, labeled Goods and Toys, features a collection of electronic gadgets and novelty items. You can see a Panasonic Shockwave MD player, a Suzuki handheld device that seems to function as both a fish finder and perhaps a simple electronic game, character wristwatches that look quite stylish, various keychains, and even a fun Tajepa-themed ice cream or shaved ice maker based on the popular Pokemon character. There are also other diverse items like Hanafuda cards with character art, a kite, and a compact stereo system, showcasing a range of popular items available at the time. The lower section, titled Game Chara no Anna, is dedicated to game character merchandise. Entry number 200 specifically showcases plush toys of Akui, a popular character from the hit puzzle game Intelligent Cube, known as Shy in Japan. These adorable plushies are presented in both red and blue variations, measuring 16 centimeters tall and made from acrylic boa material, available for 1,500 yen each. The description highlights Akui's popularity from the game, which was published by Sony Computer Entertainment. There's also a small notice about a special present associated with these plush toys. This page is a media review spread covering recent releases in music, video, and books. The top section features music releases, reviewing various albums and singles. Notable entries include Dragon Ash's highly anticipated third release, Viva la Revolution, described as blending rap, rock, and diverse musical elements, and Dear and Gray's album, Gauze. Other reviews cover artists like Toko, Natalie Cole, and Japanese acts like Killinge and Motohiko Sato, offering brief insights into their styles and appeal. Moving down, the video section previews new movie releases available on home video. Featured films include the blockbuster Armageddon, described as a grand spectacle with powerful SFX, and Small Soldiers. There's also a review for a Japanese film titled Tadan Tachikuwa, and an Asian action/comedy listed under the title Soccer, despite its description focusing on martial arts and laughs. Finally, the book section reviews recent publications. A highlight for the magazine's readership is a book titled Game Creator Complete Training Manual,
aimed at aspiring game developers. Other reviewed books include one about the film Pi, a Japanese novel called Gonoi no Shinwa, and a collection of horror stories titled Spine-Chilling Tales. Each review provides a short synopsis or commentary on the content. This page features media content beyond games, starting with a focus on CM Girls, highlighting Ayumi Yamaguchi, a rising talent known for her appearances in television commercials, including a recent high-profile spot for Coca-Cola. The section includes a profile of Yamaguchi, providing basic personal details. To the right, weekly music charts are displayed, showcasing the top CD singles and albums for the period of July 4th to 10th, featuring popular artists of the time. Below, a movie section reviews recent film releases. Included are reviews for Forces of Nature, a romantic comedy starring Sandra Bullock and Ben Affleck about a chaotic road trip after a wedding goes wrong, and Woody Allen's Celebrity, a comedic look at the New York media and celebrity scene, featuring Kenneth Branagh and Leonardo DiCaprio. Finally, a chart lists the top 10 video rentals, based on data from Tsutaya stores. This page features a manga comic strip titled In the Margin as Using the Time Difference to Extend the Deadline. The comic, by Ayumi Shibata, depicts a humorous take on the author's struggles with deadlines. Characters resembling a cat and a tiger discuss scheduling and needing a break due to no story ideas. The strip then shifts focus to the author character, dressed somewhat like Peter Pan, talking on the phone about instructions coming from Switzerland and needing to gather manga and game material from Hong Kong. The final panels show the author looking distressed on the phone, with time indications showing Switzerland at 8 p.m. and Hong Kong at 2 a.m., highlighting the time zone difference that is central to the comic's theme of meeting deadlines across the globe. The author seems to be dealing with the pressure of her work commitments. In this comic strip, the author, dressed as a bunny, is tasked with finding suspicious-smelling game software in Hong Kong to meet a manuscript deadline. Her editor, pressuring her from Switzerland, demands the manuscript's completion. The author struggles to find the specific software, lamenting the office-filled district of Central. Meeting her editor, Xan, she explains she's seeking manga inspiration online. He dismisses her search and advises her to collect strange things. After a phone call, she's directed to the Kowloon Walled City, known for its unique, less conventional attractions. The author is shocked by the suggestion. The final panel depicting the infamous Kowloon Walled City, with a mysterious character fleeing, leaving the author's next adventure unclear. The next page continues the author's chaotic trip to Hong Kong following her venture into the Kowloon Walled City, which she calls the Demon Castle of the Orient. Reporting back via phone, she states she didn't find the suspicious items she was looking for, but certainly met plenty of strange people. The person on the other end of the line suggests practicing martial arts for Shenmue, prompting a frustrated retort that the game isn't even out yet. The scene shifts to Victoria Peak, where the author is impressed by the beautiful night view. She recounts seeing filming for a Japanese TV game show segment here, and unexpectedly running into various game and media industry professionals, including the editor from Dengeki magazine. As she heads down a very long escalator, she seems overwhelmed and asks if they are still searching for a story idea. The page ends with her making a strained international phone call about her manuscript draft, expressing her frustration. This page continues the chaotic saga, picking up the phone conversation from the previous page. The reporter laments being stuck hunting for stories and game material, particularly criticizing the idea of relying on game material from the past, like the old Hong Kong action games such as Kung Fu Master, Spartan X, and Yi Ar Kung Fu. Her editor seems unimpressed. The scene then shifts dramatically to Narita International Airport, where a frantic escape seems to be underway, with the reporter in a panic, yelling, "Ah!" The aftermath sees her injured, ending up in a wheelchair and looking battered. Despite this, there's a push to get back quickly. One panel shows her and a companion rushing towards a plane, suggesting a hurried departure or arrival. Finally, she appears back in Japan, still injured with a nosebleed, exclaiming, "This damn guy!" A signing event is announced for July 31st, Saturday, at Tokyo Big Sight's Pamaru 99 event, scheduled for 1300. Attendees are asked to bring a collected volume and mention that both Ushihata-kun and Jiribakun will be present. This page takes us away from the chaos of the previous one to a much more relaxed setting. It's a thorough report on a 2-night, 3-day Famitsu group training trip to Okinawa, highlighting how the staff were released from work to enjoy a vacation atmosphere under the blazing sun and blue sea. The article details the journey, a training conference held during the trip, free time activities like a barbecue and scuba diving, and overall enjoyment of the island's natural beauty. Photos show the staff arriving, attending the conference, and having fun at the beach and in the water. A side column features Famitsu News, covering 4 days, mentioning various reporter activities, including trips to Switzerland and America for reporting assignments, the formation of a dance club, buying a Dance Dance Revolution machine, and a return to Japan. Below the news, the page lists the current top 5 popular games based on reader input. The list includes Fire Pro Wrestling G on PlayStation, Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast, Jikyo Powerful Pro Yakyu 96 Kaimaku Ban, Power Pro Baseball 96 on Nintendo 64, the arcade rhythm game Dramania, and Uga Battle 64, known internationally as Daikatana, on Nintendo 64. This gives a snapshot of the popular titles the staff and readers were engaged with around this time, contrasting nicely with the vacation theme. This page continues the report on the Famitsu Group's training trip to Okinawa, adding more color to the staff's experiences. The headline story recounts the results of a shared dream jumbo lottery ticket purchase by the editors, revealing they didn't hit the massive jackpot but did win a modest prize, prompting plans to try again. Further reflecting the trip's atmosphere, there's an article about late-night activities at the hotel, humorously titled, Operation Lift Up, Big Success, detailing some lively antics among the staff after hours. Photos, scattered throughout the page, show various moments from the trip not featured on the previous page. We see staff enjoying a barbecue, participating in an event, and, notably, getting competitive with rhythm games, specifically showing off moves on a Dance Dance Revolution machine. There are also images of staff relaxing and taking in the scenery, reinforcing the blend of work and leisure. Adding to the page's lightheartedness is a cartoon strip and a column featuring a comic by Yoshida Sensha, offering humorous takes on everyday or tripe-related situations. A small section at the bottom titled, Oh My God, appears to be a correction or follow-up note regarding content from a previous page. This page presents an article or story titled, Act 38, Grandma and Cat, featuring the $29.99 Game Kids logo. The main visual is an illustration depicting a black cat perched atop a structure, with stylized buildings and a figure in the background. The text appears to be a narrative written by Kuji Watanabe. Given the title and context, it seems to be a serial column or short story, possibly reflecting on life, observations, or experiences, potentially with a connection to games or the gaming world, as part of the Game Kids series. The content is a detailed narrative, likely a reflective piece or a fictional story centered around the themes suggested by the title, rather than a game review or news article. It delves into observations and thoughts, presented in a literary style. This page is a promotional spread for the TV show GameWave, touted as Japan's premier source for game information and insight. It specifically highlights the contents of the July 28th episode. Hosted by the enthusiastic game otaku Hikaru Ijuin and idol Hikaru Kawamura, the episode features a main segment focused on the Dreamcast version of Soul Calibur, including a unique Sports Shambara special feature related to the game. Beyond the main event, the show includes Wave Selection, previewing games set to release later in the week, essential viewing for anyone planning their next purchase. The Famitsu News Express segment provides the latest scoops directly from Famitsu magazine, complete with interviews with game creators and discussions on hot topics. Adding a personal touch, Hama-san and Hikaru's little chat offers a crosstalk between Famitsu's editor-in-chief and Hikaru Ijuin, diving into industry gossip and offering bold predictions for the latter half of the year. As a bonus, viewers have a chance to win a prize package featuring the strategy guide and PlayStation version of Persona 2, Innocent Sin. The page includes photos showing various aspects of the show's production and segments. This page is a deep dive into the arcade game Guang, a unique bullet hell shooter from Cave and Atlas. The feature highlights the game's distinctive Japanese historical setting, specifically the late Muromachi period, combined with the developer's signature intense and visually stunning bullet patterns, which the reviewer praises as art. Gameplay centers on navigating dense barrages of enemy fire while strategically utilizing the Shikigami system, where players can summon spirit helpers with different abilities. Interacting with the environment, such as shooting at walls, is also key to survival and strategy. The page introduces the 3 playable characters, Jinai Shishin, Himegami Kosame, and Fudoin Retsu, each possessing a unique playstyle with variations in movement speed and shot type, making character selection crucial. Item pickups are available throughout the stages, offering power-ups for shots and Shikigami abilities, as well as health recovery to help players endure the challenging onslaught. The game also warns players to be wary of getting trapped against walls. This page features Strikers 1945-2i, the latest entry in the popular arcade shooter series, set to arrive in arcades in autumn '99. Priced at 100 yen per play, this installment features modern military aircraft like the F-22 Lightning II, F-117 Nighthawk Stealth, and Harrier, bringing a sense of realistic aerial combat to the series. The core gameplay introduces the crucial Shikigami system. Players can control a spirit helper independently of their main ship while holding the attack button, although this significantly slows down the main craft. This mechanic is emphasized as essential for navigating the game's signature dense bullet patterns, allowing precise movement when needed. The Shikigami also possesses a powerful secret technique. Successive combos, marked by a skull icon, are key to achieving high scores, rewarding players with large point bonuses. The reviewer highlights the intensity of the bullet hell patterns and the strategic depth added by the Shikigami, noting that mastering its use is vital for survival and score attack. They also appreciate the game's overall feel and visual presentation. Additionally, the page includes opinion columns discussing the economics of arcade gaming, with one piece focusing on how cheaper play costs are generally preferred, and another discussing how to judge game value based on price and playtime to get the most out of your credits. This page is all about the exciting post-game content in Pokémon Stadium 2 on the Nintendo 64, focusing on what happens after you've cleared the main game modes. It introduces the challenging Ura Stadium, which unlocks once you've completed all 6 rule sets of the standard stadium modes and the Nintendo Cup 99. Entering Ura Stadium throws you into much tougher battles. The opponents you face here are significantly stronger than before, and the gym leaders you challenge again have powered-up teams, forcing you to completely rethink your strategies and team compositions. It's a true test of your skills and knowledge of Pokémon battles. The page highlights the intense final battles within Ura Stadium, showcasing the legendary Mewtwo as a key opponent. It also touches upon the rental Pokémon available, specifically mentioning that Mew is available to rent in Ura Stadium, giving players who might not have been able to obtain it otherwise a chance to experience battling with this powerful Pokémon. Screenshots show the tougher battles, the Ura Stadium selection screen, and details about the rental Mew. It's clear that this mode provides a substantial challenge and replayability for veteran players. This page dives into the intense world of the King of Fighters 99, presenting the command lists for several key teams in the game. It's essentially a quick reference guide for players to learn the special moves and button inputs for their favorite characters. You'll find breakdowns for 4 distinct teams. The first section covers the game's new hero team, featuring the main protagonist Keys, alongside Maxima, Benimaru Nikaido, and Shingo Yabuki. The description highlights Aok's versatile fighting style and Maxima's power. Next up is the Art of Fighting team, showcasing fan favorites Ryo Sakazaki, Robert Garcia, Yuri Sakazaki, and Takuma Sakazaki. The text notes differences in speed and combination changes for the characters. Following that is the Ikari team, comprised of Leona Heidern, Ralph Jones, Clark Still, and the new character Whip. Whip's unique whip-based style is mentioned, and the descriptions touch on how the veteran members have received new techniques to hone their skills. Finally, the Fatal Fury team is featured, including series icons Terry Bogard, Anne D. Bogard, Joe Higashi, and Mai Shiranui. For each character listed, the page presents their various special attacks, super special moves, and perhaps even some striker actions, showing the directional inputs and button combinations required to execute them. It's a crucial resource for anyone looking to master the roster and dominate the competition in KOF 99. This page delivers urgent news on the Star Wars Episode 1, the Phantom Menace game for the PlayStation, developed by Electronic Arts Square and set for a fall '99 release. It's an adventure game that fully recreates the story of the hit movie currently in theaters, making it a must-see for fans who've seen the film and those who haven't yet. You'll get to play through the events of Episode N, primarily controlling iconic characters like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn, with the possibility of playing as others such as Padme Amidala and Anakin Skywalker in certain situations. The game features an isometric perspective, as seen in the screenshots, depicting lightsaber combat against various enemies, including over 100 types of droids and other foes from the film. Key gameplay elements highlighted are using the lightsaber for both offense and defense, and utilizing the Force for combat, moving objects, or even deflecting blaster fire. The page also touches upon the story, outlining the plot from the taxation dispute and invasion of Naboo to the Jedi's involvement and their fateful encounter with a young boy. You'll explore memorable locations like the underwater city of Otoh Gunga and the Coruscant Senate. It looks like a solid adaptation aiming to immerse players directly into the movie's world. The next page delves deeper into Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, focusing on specific stages from the game. Stage 1 covers the Trade Federation battle. It details the initial confrontation with the Trade Federation on their ship. The story summary explains how the Jedi are drawn into the conflict after Naboo's Queen Amidala refuses the Federation's demands, leading to the invasion. You'll navigate the ship, encountering enemies like destroyer droids, and it seems you'll need to use your lightsaber and potentially the Force to progress. Screenshots show the isometric viewpoint and combat situations. Stage 2 takes you to planet Naboo. The Jedi land on Naboo and quickly get caught up in the large-scale droid army invasion. While trying to escape, they encounter Jar Jar Binks, who joins them. The description mentions traveling to the underwater city of Otoh Gunga to meet with the Gungans. Screenshots depict gameplay in the swamps and environments on Naboo, showing interactions and movement. There's also a section specifically introducing Jar Jar Binks and highlighting his role alongside the Jedi. Gameplay elements mentioned include moving objects, potentially using the Force or interacting with the environment, and continuing combat on Naboo. The page effectively breaks down the early parts of the game, showcasing how it follows the movie's plot and introduces key characters and locations through gameplay. This page presents breaking news on the latest entry in the Tuj Max racing game series for PlayStation, titled Tuj Max G. The game focuses on intense one-on-one battles on mountain passes, described as the holy ground for street racers. The game is highlighted as being powered up from previous titles, with improvements noted in graphics, controls, and the overall system. A key feature is the focus on aggressive attacking racing, rather than just simple driving. The game boasts over 50 popular real-name cars, including models from various Japanese manufacturers up to 1999, with specific examples shown, like the AE86 Trueno, R32 Skyline GTR, S2000, and Altezza. It also features new courses based on famous mountain passes in Japan, totaling 9 locations. This page explores features of Tuj Max G beyond core racing. Players can become drift kings through time and drift rankings, prioritizing stylish drifting alongside speed. Detailed graphics showcase realistic cars and environments, with interactive elements like functional headlights. The game offers multiple modes. Battle mode features intense 1v1 races with strategic car choices. Story mode provides a narrative experience with character interactions, visual novel segments, branching paths, and multiple endings. The developers are currently in production, aiming for a comprehensive racing experience that combines realistic driving, competitive battles, and an engaging story mode, providing depth beyond simple mountain pass racing. This page is dedicated to Magical Drop F, an action puzzle game for the PlayStation. It highlights the game's strategic depth, noting that once you start playing, it's hard to stop due to its addictive nature. The latest entry, Magical Drop F, introduces significant new elements, notably the inclusion of items that add a layer of strategy beyond just forming chains. These items can have various effects, influencing the flow of the game and requiring players to think strategically about their usage. The page features screenshots showcasing the familiar gameplay grid alongside character portraits. It also previews the new item selection screen, illustrating how these items are managed and deployed during matches. Furthermore, it introduces the game's adventure aspect, confirming that Magical Drop F isn't solely a puzzle game, but includes a story element with 5 main characters embarking on an adventure. Character art is prominent, including illustrations of the main heroes and other characters based on tarot cards, emphasizing the diverse roster of 23 playable characters. The overall presentation emphasizes the evolution of the series, adding new strategic depth and modes to the core addictive puzzle action. Magical Drop F for WonderSwan offers intense puzzle action with several modes. Versus mode lets players battle against the CPU or friends, utilizing special items from adventure mode for strategic gameplay. Endless mode provides a survival challenge, where players clear descending drops for high scores, also using adventure mode items. An extra section promises bonus content like character art.
The WonderSwan version mirrors the PlayStation release, featuring the same characters and addictive gameplay. The handheld version includes multiple modes and even a fortune-telling feature. Published by Data West, it's slated for an early October release at 3,800 yen. This page features a special report on the adventure game, The Silver Case. It details the game's unique film window presentation system, which overlays various types of information sources onto the screen simultaneously. The game takes place in the 24 wards and centers around the Silver Case incident, exploring the relationship between detectives and criminals. The film window system uses 7 different types of information sources displayed in distinct windows. These include standard text for dialogue and descriptions, accessory panels that change based on the situation and music, illustrative character portraits for impact, and 3D rendering segments used mainly for transitions and movement. Screenshots showcase the game's dark, stylized aesthetic and the multi-window interface. Character art of the protagonists and other figures hints at the game's crime thriller narrative. The Silver Case was released on PlayStation by ASC2 on October 7th for 5,800 yen. This page continues the in-depth look at the Silver Case, focusing on the unique methods used to present information and visuals through its film window system. It details 3 key sources of visual content: VTR, which blends live action and still images for a realistic feel; CG movies, used for full computer-generated cutscenes and demos; and digital animation, which provides smooth transitions and movement often derived from static images. The core of the page demonstrates how these elements are dynamically implemented during gameplay. Examples show the film window shifting and changing based on the context, displaying character faces like Kusabi and Morishima, dialogue, and environmental details. The presentation highlights how character portraits can cut in or move across the screen, and how background elements respond to the on-screen action, sometimes pausing or accelerating to match the intensity of a scene. The page also features striking artwork, including a figure bound to a chair, an intense close-up of a woman, and a prominent eye graphic, underscoring the game's dark and psychological tone. A thematic line hints at the narrative's depth, stating, "Men seek a place to die, women seek a place to stay." This page effectively showcases the game's groundbreaking and atmospheric visual style. This page provides an in-depth look at JIKU Powerful Pro Yakyu 99 Kaimakuban for the PlayStation. The focus is on the game's popular success mode, which allows players to develop their own baseball player through a career simulation. The page highlights that beyond the standard Powerful Inc. company found in previous titles, this version features additional companies players can join after clearing the mode once. Detailed sections showcase 3 distinct paths. First, there's a company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Players joining this path face difficult conditions with low pay, requiring significant effort in both work and baseball training to keep the company afloat and survive. Screenshots illustrate the dire atmosphere and training options. Next, the familiar Powerful Inc. is presented. Here, the environment is less critical than the bankrupt company. With no strict work quotas mentioned, the gameplay revolves around balancing work and practice to improve the player's abilities. Finally, a merit-based company is introduced, featuring the rival Ikari brothers as teammates. This path emphasizes efficiency. Work periods are very short, allowing ample time for baseball practice. Progression is based purely on performance and results, leading to rapid advancement for skilled players. Screenshots throughout the page show gameplay, character interactions during work and practice, and the various menu screens players will navigate in each company setting. The content clearly details the different challenges and experiences offered by each company path within the success mode. The next page dives deeper into the mechanics of the powerful Pro-Kun Baseball 99 Opening Edition Success Mode, specifically focusing on how different training commands impact your player's development. A large chart details the effects of various training categories like running, muscle, technique, and mental training on different stats such as strength, agility, technique, spirit, and others, clearly indicating whether each command increases, decreases, or has no effect on the various attributes for both fielders and pitchers. Beyond just training,
The page emphasizes the importance of working hard within the game's corporate settings. It highlights that diligently completing your work tasks in success mode is crucial for getting promotions and earning more money, which can then be used to purchase items and equipment to further help your player grow. Screenshots illustrate the character working and achieving promotions. For players who become familiar with the mode, the page recommends using the manual growth type option at the start. This allows for more detailed customization of your player's development path, offering greater control over the final outcome compared to automatic methods. It also touches upon how choosing between starting as a high school graduate or a college graduate affects your initial stats and potential growth within the mode. Screenshots showcase the character creation and status screens, allowing players to see the results of their efforts. The next page presents a lineup of exciting new and upcoming software releases. At the top, under the banner New Game Communication, there's a list showcasing various titles, including new entries in sports, RPGs, and simulation genres, detailing their prices or expected release information. Prominently featured are previews for 3 PlayStation titles. First up is Legendary Hull, Monster Complex World Ver. 2, an RPG where players can insert different music seeds to generate unique dungeons and encounter varied monsters. This updated version adds new content, including a new protagonist and more monster varieties, promising fresh adventures each time you play. The screenshots show off classic dungeon crawling perspectives and combat encounters.
Next is Yuki, Drifting Journal, a simulation game focused on survival. You lead a group of 6 characters stranded on a deserted island, managing their resources, hunting, crafting tools, and navigating the challenges of the wild to survive. The gameplay emphasizes strategic group management and making tough decisions in a harsh environment. The screenshots show character stats and typical survival game scenes. Finally, we have Aura Battler Dunbine, tentative title, a simulation RPG based on the classic 1983 anime. This game brings the world of Aura Battler Dunbine to life, blending adventure sections that explore the anime's story with simulation-based combat sequences featuring the iconic Aura Battlers. It aims to recapture the spirit and setting of the beloved series in an interactive format. Screenshots highlight both character interactions and the mecha battles. The next page showcases a variety of upcoming PlayStation titles. We've got a couple of entries in the Pachinko Station series, focusing on simulating specific, popular pachinko machines. These are straight-up simulations for fans who want to experience the look and feel of playing these games at home. For racing fans, there's Jeremy McGrath Supercross 98, bringing the world of motocross to the console with the legendary rider himself involved. Expect challenging tracks and high-flying stunts in this dirt bike racer. If you're looking for action, Forsaken is here. This is a 3D first-person shooter, known for its multi-directional combat in claustrophobic, futuristic environments filled with enemies and traps. On the strategy side, we see Zipang Island, which looks like a board game incorporating dice rolls and strategic battles for territory with historical Japanese warlords. Finally, Robot Me Robot is featured, a simulation game allowing players to build and customize their own robots and then pit them against opponents, including friends, with various battle settings. It's all about designing your ultimate fighting machine. This page showcases a range of upcoming PlayStation titles. For fans of simulations, there's Gallop Master, a detailed horse racing and breeding game focusing on realistic race scenes and data management, guided by experts. Also featured is Submarine Hunter, a submarine combat simulation putting you in command of a Noches fleet vessel for over 20 missions, requiring strategic navigation and sonar use to engage targets. Fishing enthusiasts have 2 options. Fish On Base, a fishing game supervised by a top professional, emphasizing realistic underwater lure action. And Exciting Base 2, an arcade port and sequel, featuring various famous fishing spots, and including a 2-player mode for competitive angling. Rounding out the selection is Prismatical Islanization, an adventure game or visual novel centered around 5 girls and their summer experiences, where gameplay is influenced by recording memories and features appealing character designs. Lastly, there's Brightus, an action RPG that incorporates elemental powers and a survival mechanic, tasking players with acquiring skills and overcoming challenges to achieve their objectives. This page highlights new software releases for PlayStation and WonderSwan. AI Shogi 2 Deluxe for PlayStation offers an enhanced shogi experience with professional commentary, over 130 problems, and an improved AI. WonderSwan receives Mingle Magnet, a puzzle game utilizing magnetic block manipulation, and Kiss Yori Seaside Serenade,
a summer-themed adventure game with real-time events. Also on WonderSwan is Nazo OU Pocket, a quiz game with over 5,000 questions. Finally, Hyper M101 was Sakura Sake M.2, and Suzuki GK likely focuses on music or sound-related content, potentially featuring artists and MIDI integration. The page concludes with a rapid-fire segment, showcasing a variety of other games with screenshots. This page features New Japan Pro Wrestling, Tukan Risuden 4 on Dreamcast, highlighted as the week's top feature. The article delves into the evolution of wrestling games, reminiscing about older titles like Tag Team Match, M.U.S.S.C.L.E. It discusses how the genre has advanced from simple 8-bit graphics to complex 3D models and camera work. The focus here is on Tukan Retsuden 4's commitment to realism and capturing the essence of New Japan Pro Wrestling's intense, strong style. The reviewer emphasizes the game's success in moving beyond basic action to reproduce realistic movements and the dramatic atmosphere of a pro wrestling match, praising its ability to convey the emotion and storytelling inherent in the sport. The game is presented as a strong contender for delivering an authentic wrestling experience. A smaller section highlights recommended MIDI data, potentially for character themes or background music, mentioning wrestlers from a different promotion, suggesting broader wrestling MIDI content. This page continues the deep dive into New Japan Pro Wrestling, Tukan Retsuden 4 on the Dreamcast. The article is framed by NJPW star Satoshi Kojima's enthusiastic commentary, reinforcing the game's connection to the promotion's intense, strong style, emphasized by the prominent "This is New Japan" title. Multiple screenshots showcase a variety of dynamic wrestling moves, illustrating the game's focus on recreating realistic NJPW action. The review touches upon the rock-paper-scissors relationship governing the grappling system, suggesting a strategic element to the gameplay. A significant highlight is the edit mode, praised enthusiastically for its extensive customization options, allowing players to create unique wrestlers with remarkable detail, going beyond what was typically seen in wrestling games at the time. The game also offers quirky features, like the ability to pit promotion presidents against each other in humorous president showdowns. Furthermore, the Dreamcast version features online play, allowing players to use their custom-created wrestlers and even form their own stables or promotions. However, a surprising detail is noted. Players cannot directly control their wrestlers during online matches, only set them up beforehand, which is a unique and unusual approach to online competition in a wrestling title. This page provides an editorial announcement for the upcoming issue of the magazine, dated August 6, 1999. Featured prominently is an illustration of a unique, spirit-like character in a top hat and coat. The main focus is a preview of 2 significant features planned for the next issue: a deep dive into Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, including developer interviews and a look back at the history of the entire Resident Evil series, and a strategy guide for Soul Calibur, focusing on fundamental tactics for its core roster of 10 characters. The page also includes a release schedule spanning late July and early August 1999, highlighting various upcoming game releases like Dino Crisis, Persona 2, and Street Fighter Alpha 3 across different platforms. The next issue is scheduled for release on July 30th and priced at 330 yen. This page features a full-page advertisement for Fire Pro Wrestling GOG on the PlayStation. Dominating the image is a striking figure in a white hooded robe and sunglasses, a familiar sight in the Fire Pro series, set against a backdrop of various wrestling match screenshots showcasing different rings and action shots. The text proclaims, "Everything about combat is here," highlighting that this is the latest entry in the acclaimed Fire Pro series, known for its comprehensive approach to wrestling and combat sports. Key features promoted include a massive roster of approximately 300 wrestlers and an incredibly deep edit mode, allowing players to customize every aspect of combat techniques. The advert also mentions multiple play modes, including 4-player tag matches and Pocket Station compatibility, emphasizing the game's extensive content and features which have been well received since its release. This page is an announcement for the release of the PlayStation game Derby Stallion 99 and an associated event, the ASC2 Derby Stallion Breeders' Cup. The main text highlights the game's release on September 30th and promotes the Breeders' Cup as a major event where top players compete. It notes the previous title's success and encourages stores to participate by hosting qualifying tournaments. 2 main sections detail the event, one explaining the benefits for participating stores, and the other outlining the tournament operation. Stores are encouraged to host qualifiers, which drives game sales as participation is tied to purchase. They also receive promotional materials, and can offer exclusive premium goods to top players in their store events. The tournament structure involves store champions advancing to a national competition, culminating in a final showdown in December to determine the ultimate champion. The game itself is compatible with PlayStation memory cards and Pocket Station, and its release date and price are listed at the bottom. This page focuses on the upcoming release of Derby Stallion 99 for PlayStation and the associated national tournament. It prominently announces that the event is decided for 99, and that stores interested in participating in the qualifiers are now being recruited. The page highlights what's new in this iteration of Derby Stallion. For the first time in the series, it features compatibility with the Pocket Station, allowing for horse data transfer and enhanced Breeders' Cup participation. The graphics have received a complete renewal, promising a more realistic and immersive race experience, showcased with included screenshots. The popular Breeders' Cup feature has also been powered up, and players can now trade horses at the auction. There is a schedule for the overall tournament, detailing the timeline from store qualifiers through to the national final. Information regarding the recruitment period and deadline for participating stores is also provided. The game is presented as a horse racing training simulation produced and supervised by Hiroyuki Sonobe and published by ASC2. This page features the game Vanark, known in Japan as Astro Trooper Vanark, Uchu Kido Vanark, for the PlayStation. The headline proclaims it's a high-speed 3D shooting and interactive adventure game where you join the special mobile unit Vanark and delve into the mysteries of Mars. It highlights a blend of intense shooting action across colonized Mars and asteroid fields, with a strategic interactive adventure mode where you command a special forces team and tackle missions on Mars. The page emphasizes that the two modes are intricately linked, offering a multifaceted gameplay experience that ushers in a new generation of shooting games. The main image showcases the sleek white spaceship from the game, depicted against a swirling purple and orange cosmic background. Smaller screenshots below show various gameplay perspectives, including cockpit views, third-person ship views, and scenes of characters in what appears to be the adventure mode. To the right, a section titled Members of Vanark displays portraits of 6 key characters: Morton, Duo, Randall, Shun, Reen, and Fowl. The page also lists key staff involved, including names associated with series like Gall Force, The Destiny of an Organ, and Neon Genesis Evangelion. The release date is scheduled for October, with a standard price of 5,800 yen, excluding tax. It's published by Asmik Ace Entertainment, Inc., and notes compatibility with the analog controller and DualShock. This page features the quirky PlayStation adventure game, Planetokyo. The main image shows a large, stylized 3D character holding a futuristic weapon, surrounded by other characters, and a backdrop depicting city buildings and red curtains, giving it a theatrical feel. The headline roughly translates to, "Running around the 23 floating wards in the sky, a huge commotion ensues with the defeat of strange aliens," setting the stage for a bizarre sci-fi adventure. The game is described as a new generation idiot culture theater, hinting at its unique and likely humorous style. Screenshots at the top of the page show various scenes from the game, including character interactions, a cityscape, and strange alien designs. The accompanying text explains that the story takes place in the floating city of Planetokyo, which is under attack by collect aliens. Players take on the role of the protagonist, joined by characters like the genius scientist Hakase and Icon Boy, to fight these aliens using a new weapon, venturing through areas reminiscent of Ueno, Shibuya, and Asakusa within Planetokyo. The game is categorized as an adventure title and was scheduled for release on August 26, 1999, priced at 5,800 yen. It's published by Asmik Ace Entertainment. This page is all about Namco's incredible 3D weapon-based fighting game, Soul Calibur, released on the Dreamcast. Presented with striking character art laid out like collectible cards, it features prominent fighters from the game: the disciplined staff wielder Killick, the monstrous axeman Astaroth, the swift ninja Taki, and the noble knight Siegfried. The page hails Soul Calibur as this summer's trump card, emphasizing its significance as a major release. It's described as a super-realistic 3D weapon-fighting action game. The text highlights key features that made the game a standout, such as the revolutionary 8-way run system, allowing full freedom of movement in the 3D arenas, detailed environments, and modes like the mission battle mode. It also notes compatibility with various Dreamcast peripherals like the arcade stick, VGA output, and the vibration pack.
The game clearly made a strong impression, indicated by the score of 8.5 shown next to the title logo. It was on sale for 5,800 yen,